or wantonly murdered in the dead of night by roving and marauding gangs of no particular origin. So wantonly murdered in the dead of night. Their lands and their herds that were taken away from them with the gun and the cannon, with the collaborator and the dog and the tear gas and the poison, with the bomb and the Gatling. And when they hear that choo-choo train, smoking and pushing and typing and hustling and crying and moaning and toting, steaming and crying and moaning and pushing and grumbling and typing and screeching that they always curse and they curse the coal train. The coal train that brought them to Johannesburg. Steamer.
It's almost time. Please have a seat. I know everyone wants to take picture with Basiru, but let's start for this morning. We need to start on time. So whoever is not in the room yet, when they come, they will dance for us. So please identify all the empty spots close to you. When they come, before we go to break, they'll come here and dance for us, okay? So keep in mind all the empty spots. Maybe we need the photographer to take the photo of the room so we see the name tag and the empty spots, okay? Once we start, whoever is coming will dance before we go to the break. Good thing the ES is here. I was hoping for him to dance, but yeah. Okay, welcome everyone for day 4 of the workshop. We are doing good, and it's the last day before our small break, weekend break. And today we'll finish the week with 2 panels, one about output and the other panel about hubs. So for the first panel about outputs, the panel is chaired by my brother Faisal Garba. And as panelists, we have Prof. Afolayan and Dr. Okuku. So I'll leave it to Faisal.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning. I want to try and follow the footsteps of Professor Santi, but my command of languages is pretty limited. So I'll stick to greetings and good morning. Yesterday, we had, in my view, a very stimulating panel where Professor Santi and Dr. Mwangola were taking us through what it means to rethink knowledge production, the basis of knowledge production, but also how we can make knowledge accessible beyond the usual platforms. And so today's panel, entitled Making Indigenous Knowledge Visible, from scholarly publications to creative and public knowledge outputs, deepens that conversation in very fundamental ways. Because for many of us, when we think of outputs and publications, we're thinking of journal articles, books, right? In our institutions, for example, you are told you are not publishing in high impact journals, right? That is what academic work means. But given what we're trying to do with AFRIAK, we're trying to rethink the valorization of the output through which we make available what we produce. And so yesterday, I think it was Dr. Mwangola who was talking about the body as an archive, as a complete mode of being, knowing, and sharing. And so this panel takes seriously the conventional, which is journal articles, books, lately podcasts, and so on, but also the more accessible, things that have concrete resonance on the African continent, you know. And so we have two distinguished colleagues who will do justice to this panel. The first is Dr. Nguye Flora Mutere. Please give her a hand. Dr. Mutere is a multimedia designer, scholar, and lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya, whose work connects digital heritage, urban memory, indigenous knowledge, and gender. Grounded in decolonial and Afro-feminist thought, she develops community-centered alternatives to extractive archival practices. And I think this is important because conventional knowledge production is incredibly extractive. You know, the way in which minds are taken away from our communities, often that's what we do. You just go take and you leave. And she's trying to rethink this. Her achievements include fellowships and recognition from the Smithsonian Institution, Codestria, and ICOM cities, as well as a 2026 Codestria MRI grant for research on women, circular economies, and urban spaces in African cities. She joined Codestria's AFRIAK community with extensive academic and professional experience in design and cultural preservation. The second panelist is Professor Adeshina Afolayan. Please, another hand. Professor Afolayan teaches philosophy at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. His areas of specialization include African cultural studies, African political philosophy, and philosophy of modernity. He was a 2023-2024 Founders Fellow at the National Humanities Center, North Carolina. He's currently a research fellow at the Free State Center for Human Rights, University of the Free State, South Africa. He's the author of Philosophy and National Development in Nigeria, 2018, editor of Altering Nollywood, AUTEURING, not authoring, but altering Nollywood, 2014, Histories and Values in Post-Colonial Nigeria, 2021, a co-editor of the Palgrave Handbook of African Philosophy, 2017, Pentecostalism and Politics in Africa, 2018, Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Development in Africa, 2020, Pathways to Alternative Epistemologies in Africa, 2021, and Global Health, Humanity, and the COVID-19 Pandemic, 2023. His current project interrogates the critical engagement between African philosophy, African indigenous knowledge, and popular culture in post-colonial Nigeria. So you can see that our two authors bring to the table a wealth of experience, both in conventional ways of communicating the product of research, but also alternative ways of making accessible what we research. So I'll invite Professor Afolayan to set the ball rolling. Another round of applause.
So I'm going to test your brilliant brain, scholars, with our Yoruba greeting. Are you ready? Aku òwúrọ̀ o. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Ṣàlàáfíà lẹ jí. Wow, a round of applause, please. I would have loved, Sesanti, I would have loved to go through the round. I think I'm too old for language now. I don't know. I'm not old, I'm holding. And I always needed to deconstruct my air. I'm not the oldest person in this room. I think that honor should go to possibly Murunga. Even though we know what he's doing to his hair. You know, so my hair is not gray, it is white. And there's a difference, you know, and I will tell you later what the difference is, if you are interested. Today, like we said, we are going to be deepening all that has been said from the beginning of this workshop. The good thing about coming this late in the program is that a whole lot of things that we need to know has been hinted at, has been spoken about. And we cannot hear these things enough because there's a whole lot that we are expecting from you as the next generation of scholars, brilliant, creative, entrepreneurial, forward-looking, that a whole lot of the predicament on the continent is depending upon. So I'm very excited, like Codestra, like the rest of us here. I'm very excited about the prospects that each and every one of you is bringing to the table of scholarship and knowledge production on the continent. We've read your proposal, and like we were told at the beginning, you all deserved to be here. You won the fellowship and you did well. But the next level, outside of the excitement of winning the fellowship, the next level is to buckle up. The next level is to get ready. And part of the things that we are doing is to impress upon you the enormity of the task that is ahead of you. And part of that is not just doing the research, it is also making it visible. It is making it public facing. It is making it available, disseminating it in a way that makes it very, very relevant for those that you'll be engaging with. So we've spoken about, publishing in a very broad, large sense, publishing that goes beyond the conventional, traditional modes and modality. But the traditional mode and modality, the conventional means of publishing, academic publishing, is also very significant. And I'm going to be giving you some sense of this. So I want to welcome you, and I want to let you know that what you are doing is very fundamental, is very significant. You have to know that and be prepared for it. So your 7 months of rigorous and groundbreaking researches, as well as the immersive intellectual and anthropological experiences that you're going to be having for this 7 months, must lead you somewhere. And it is that somewhere that this panel is going to be dealing with. It must lead you to a point where you can translate all that you are going to be doing, and it's going to be exciting. We were all part of, the first cohort, and we saw how, we feel the same kind of energy that you are feeling right now. But at the end of the day, you must begin to think right from the beginning. You are not going to wait until you have completed your researches. You must start thinking about what the outcome and the output must be now, because that will condition how you move, what you are going to do. It is going to condition how you are going to set your research, goals and objectives rolling. How do you convert your research outputs and outcome into useful, usable, and impactful materials and resources for academia, for communities, and for the larger society through policy interventions? Now you have the leeway to pursue various means, and one of those is these that we are talking about. Now, academic publishing is very significant. Despite being conventional, it is very, very key, and the reason is very simple. Part of the things, or part of the challenges that we are faced with, and you'll see from the energy yesterday, with my brother Asante, and some of the brilliant speakers that have been here, is that we will never be free of conceptual, theoretical, and methodological issues, because they contribute to the ways by which we understand ourselves. They contribute to the ways by which we understand the human society. They contribute to the ways that we understand the world around us. We've spoken about the indigenous and indigeneity. We've spoken about authenticity. We've spoken about the colonial library and the African library. All these borders on conceptual, how do we navigate this conceptual, theoretical, and methodological field? There is no way you will not, at the level of intellectual reflection, deal with this. The colonial library, for instance, facilitated a way of thinking that denigrates and dehumanizes Africans. But now, we are beginning to talk about the African library and its attempt to initiate a new way of thinking. This new way of thinking requires that you must begin to take your concepts, you must begin to take your methodologies and your methods. You must begin to take your theories very seriously. I've had several experiences in this. When I was studying postgraduate at the University of Ibadan, the Faculty of Arts, I'm always in contention with your theoretical framework. You want to keep citing dead, white, male philosophers. You want to keep citing grammarian and linguists from the West. Whereas we have distinguished scholars, theoreticians on the continent that can back the essence of what you are researching. So we are going to be facing this. Now, Frantz Fanon spoke about the new humanism. And we have to be able to deal with that. And we can deal with that at the level of the African library. A library that brings together the corpus of all that is good within the human community. A corpus that is not restricted to the brilliant, significant work that has been done on the continent. A library that brings into conversation all the wonderful work that have been produced in Europe, in Asia, and in Africa into conversation on how we can continue to develop that Fanonian new humanism. So academic publishing is significant. We write, we engage, and we keep, working at the level of this scholarship until we get something very significant. So today, I'm going to be speaking with you as somebody who has published lots of books and lots of journal articles. And I have something to share. I'm going to be speaking with you as editors of journals. There are journals that I'm currently editing, and I know what it takes to get a paper published. I'm also going to be speaking to you as somebody who has been rejected, whose paper and work manuscript has been rejected several times. You must prepare yourself for rejection. Your papers will be rejected. And you are not going to take it well. I mean, you won't take it well because this is something that you have devoted time and energy to writing. You have done long researches, especially if you are in archaeology, anthropology, you are doing ethnographic research, and you have gone all these, you've collected the data and all that, and then you send it out, and one reviewer somewhere will say your work is not good enough. As professors, we have been rejected. We have quarreled. Oh, I will continue. Oh, thank you very much. I will continue to be rejected, So we have to prepare for that. So I'm going to be starting with the question of how do we begin to do this? How do we begin to put your thoughts together about moving your research to publication? Like I said at the beginning, how you do this must start from your beginning. The moment you start your research work, you must begin to put things together. Meaning you have to move from research problems to research findings and then to the manuscript. And your manuscript could be either in a book form or in a journal article form. There'll be a whole lot of you that your doctoral thesis will be translated into a book. My PhD candidate worked on feminist post-proverbials. And she wanted that to be a signal to the commencement of what she called an African feminist philosophy of language. And that was a very good thing because now she's getting invited all over the world to speak about the place of proverbs in the domination and the oppression of women, especially also in indigenous communities. We take proverbs to be the wisdom of, our communities and our society, and yet these proverbs, in their wisdom, dominate women or dominate certain significant segment of the society. So as scholars and fellows at the AFRIAK Fellowship, you have been called to be at the cutting edge of research. And this is even more so for researches in indigenous knowledge system. But as scholars, we must also be very, very careful. And the reason for this is that you have been called to blaspheme and disrupt. The essence of scholarship is to blaspheme. The essence of scholarship is to continually disrupt orthodoxies. For those of us in Nigeria, there's an ongoing debate, and I was involved in that debate on an academic platform. So we are all aware of the IFA corpus, the IFA divinatory system, okay? That is one of the most fundamental cultural system of the Yoruba people. And there is a scholar at the Obafemi Awolowo University system who is touting IFA Tuntun, new IFA system. And then the public sphere erupted. And the reason is that the Orthodox people, the IFA acolytes, the Babalawo, and the rest of them believe that there cannot be anything new that can be added to IFA again. In fact, one of them says, Orunmila, who is the divinity, the Orisha, in charge of the IFA corpus, will have to come again if there's anything new to be added to it. And the scholars, including me, are insisting that scholarship has the right to ransack every orthodox system. Scholarship has the right to blaspheme every sacredness. Scholarship has the right to disrupt every closed system. And so, that is the challenge that you have. That when you are entering into the communities, the indigenous community, when you are confronting the indigenous systems, we know you must respect them. And I know my brother who will be talking on the methodologies is going to lay more emphasis on that. You have to be humble. I love what Professor Esiobu said yesterday. We do not know anything. You must come from that epistemic humility to say that you are ready to learn. But when you learn, you must also be willing to engage. Somebody raised the point yesterday, in fact, since we began, about romanticizing the indigenous knowledge system. Scholarship will not romanticize. Scholarship is going to do more. So you have to start by conceptualizing. So for instance, when you are talking about the artificial intelligence system, what do you want to do with it? What has been done before? There is no point beating, going over the beaten path. So a gap in the literature is a gap in what has been said before you want to commence on that same path. What are you going to do? What do you want to do? So you have to engage with the literature first. Because for all you know, somebody has done what you plan on doing. The idea that occurred to you occurred to somebody else somewhere, and that work has been written. So you have to, as much as possible, engage as many resources, text as possible in that area. As somebody written about Nkrumah's wife, focus has been on Nkrumah. As somebody written about Fetia, as somebody written about Thomas Sankara's educational trajectory, is indigenous, the concept of indigenous feminism and oxymoron. People have spoken about Ifa from the literary, from the religious, from all perspective. Has the philosophical content of Ifa been plucked, been researched? These are some of the questions you will need to begin to ask yourself. It is from your conception of what the problem is that you take off in your research. If you do not delineate the problematic, your research will simply just be ordinary. And what makes your paper publishable, and I know that as an editor, is that your paper is blazing a new path. Now, a new path, we have to, and I'm not going to do that, maybe later, between what is original and what is new. We have to be able to make that distinction between what is original and what is new. Are we writing anything original? Or we are looking at angles from which to look at, issues that have already been, discussed and debated. So number two, your references and bibliography must be up to date. When I get a paper as an editor, the first thing I do for a desk review is I go to the references. If your references are dated, I reject immediately. But that must also, a caveat there is that if you are doing historical work, then we understand. Okay? We have to put that into consideration. So if a work on artificial intelligence in 2026 and your most recent paper is 2020, something is wrong. And then your conceptual, theoretical, and methodological framework must also be very significant, must be cogent. What's the difference, for instance, between Afrocentrism and Afrocentricity? You might, for all you know, you might be mixing both up. Are you using qualitative or quantitative? Is your methodology hermeneutical? Is it ethnographic? Is it what? You have to be very, very clear. Plagiarism will destroy your work. And the unfolding story of Jason Hardy, I hope you are following that story. Unfortunate, story, is just something to just keep putting you on your toe. The same with artificial intelligence. We've been, my sister yesterday, the day before, talked about how you must not outsource your intelligence to artificial intelligence. Now, with IKS, this becomes very, very crucial, very, very precarious even. Because, ideas have a way of becoming a buzzword or a fad. And then it will mean everything and not mean anything. So there's a way we throw from postmodernism to decoloniality to IKS. There's a way we continue to throw all this up without key and rigorous, conceptual understanding, that we just continue to just throw it and then there are very key steps, processes that will find those one out, and they will contribute to your rejection quotient. All of you need to read Pauline Utonji's Knowledge of Africa, Knowledge by Africa. Two perspectives on African studies. That's a 2009 essay by Pauline Utonji, on ways by which we cannot keep contributing to the European understanding of Africans, but rather we must keep contributing to our understanding of ourselves in relation to the rest of the world. That is very key. Outside of that, we are just building up order. It flows in with what Ngugu Ationgo says in Decolonizing the Mind. That the more we speak the colonial languages, and all that, we are enriching its vocabulary and repertoire, linguistic repertoire, and we are deadening, our own, and we are killing them. Vuvuzela is now part of the dictionary. So there is a paradox and a politics of publishing, and you must be aware of it. All the big publishing houses and markets, they are outside there. And so we all keep pursuing, which is why Codestra is doing something fundamental, something ideological, and something political. I think Codestra deserves a round of applause, honestly. Because it is providing you with an avenue to engage with the African library. And look at all those books there. You must spend your dollars on them. Don't worry, spend everything. For those in Nigeria, we simply just walk across the border. We don't need a flight, But for the rest of you, we will find a way, Those books there, they must be in your library. That is your starting point for engaging, So we have to find a way of circumventing the paradox of always looking for, so that you will have fellows of AFRIAK on your CV is a beautiful thing. It's an ideological statement. I am a member of the African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network, and I want you all to Google it and become members. We are doing what Codestra is doing. We cannot have enough organizations that are concerned with authentic African studies. We can't. So the more we proliferate, the more it is good for our scholarship. Beware of predatory journals. Please, they will weaken your scholarship. They will collect your money, publish your work just the way you have sent it, and they will weaken. You would think that you are doing something significant, but you are not. Be wary of journals that ask you to pay. Now, again, that also has caveats. I've never paid for anything I have published. And there are so many of those journals on the continent. Codestra has a whole corpus of journals. I've always fed on Codestra, the Codestra Bulletin, right from my undergraduate days. So this, I think, and Professor Lawani mentioned it on the first day, that you will not be asked to pay. You do not need to pay for your research. That's the beautiful thing about it. Even though Codestra can also reject you. Now, reviewers will shake you. That will be my final point. I have had opportunity to fight with reviewers. They will shake you. Some will want you to write the essay the way they will have written it. And I will tell them, I'm sorry, this is the way I want to write it. So you have a choice of determining where your research will be published. I've had opportunities to write essays, and then I make up my mind, I want to publish it in Nigeria, because that's where my audience is. If I publish an essay on Ifa, on Afrobeats, and I publish it in the US, that is not the market. So you have an opportunity to write your essay and determine where you want it to go. And then when you engage with reviewers, you engage with them on a level of understanding of what you have written for yourself, for the public, you know. Of course, there will be a whole lot of them that will make enormous sense, that will enable you to rework the essay to make it better. That is the work of peer review. They engage with your work, as many that you will engage the reviewers that are very fair, that are very, judicious. They engage with your work on its merit, and it enables you to keep getting better. They recommend books, they recommend essays and all that to make you better. But there are some that you will have to politely reject their, recommendations. And at the end of it, anytime I get a work published and it comes back, there is a joy that comes. You see, in this day and time, you do not know how far your work can go. You do not know, with digital technologies, how many people are reading that beautiful idea that you have packaged into a publishable format. And that is the joy, that you have not just only made something visible, that so many people are benefiting from your ideas. When you post those journals on the net, you are reaching so many people and you are benefiting them. And I hope that from this starting point until you get to that, and then you continue even at the pedagogical level, you will become distinguished. Your ideas will become so potent that the whole of Africa will be riding on this new generation. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Folayan. I mean, this has been really clear and straightforward. No need to summarize anything. But I think it would be useful to just highlight 2 quick points. And I want to put it under the rubric of what does it mean to be an African who is dealing with ideas? And I think Prof answered that in many ways. The first is the question of relevance. Why am I writing this? What do I intend to do with it? But also audience, who are you writing for? And what community are you engaging with? What set of debates are you interested in? You can write about social change by beginning from Hegel's philosophy of history or history of philosophy. Yeah. But you can also begin from a different trajectory. You can read Ibn Battuta. You can go and read the many works produced in parts of East and Central Africa in the medievals around how societies changed and transformed. So really this question of why am I doing what I'm doing? Who is my target audience? And what community am I building is crucial. The second point, which relates to the discussion yesterday, is around the need for knowledge to disrupt. Knowledge is not conformism. If knowledge is conformism, then thinking would have ended, right? Knowledge is a work in progress, right? So this thing about disruption is crucial. And he used the term blasphemy. Yesterday, there was a discussion around religion when Prof. Sesante and Dr. Mongola were speaking. And I thought, given that I'm sure Prof. Falun Gong must have spoken about Jami traditions and so on, there's this verse in the Quran in Surah Al-Anbiya, which says, "Fas'alu ahlal zikr in kuntum la ta'lamuna." Right? So when you don't know something, you ask those who know. But I think the expanded meaning is you need to keep digging, you need to keep asking. So even the religions themselves recognize that to know is a process that continues forever. So to blaspheme is not necessarily anti-religious. So we'll move to the next presentation that neatly takes us one step forward, which is to say, in addition to the conventional modes of communicating our research, what other ways can we make our research accessible? And how do we draw on the resources in the communities where we work and valorize those as ends in themselves, not add-ons. So Dr. Mutere, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Bushere. Aha. My Namufiala here knows the response. I said good morning in Luya. Yesterday you heard my illustrious brother calling me out and explaining about my name. It was an honor, but it was also a challenge. Elira lianje ninguye. Elangwanguye mutere. Ngoyo. My name is the one. That's what it means, Nisikosa. And I suspect my mother didn't know that in Luya it means the one as well, you know. That's why I'm saying Ngoyo. That's Luya for here she is. I'm here. I want to take off my shoes. I learned this from two people, two mentors, Dr. Njoki Ngumi and Patrick Mukabi, the late, who passed away earlier on this year. And I also learned to be not over-prepared for presentations because right now I'm an intermediary. And the ancestors may want to speak through me and tell you something specific to set you off on your path. So I'm open to that. So my shoes are off in respect to the community that I'm standing here talking about. A lot of the work that I'm talking about is not out in the public domain. So I'm very cognizant of the fact that we're in the digital age and right now we are streaming. If I hold back on some information, it's in respect to the community that I'm working with. So turn your attention to the slides, but hear my voice as well. I want to speak about my PhD research. I want to open by explaining the site very briefly, historically, and just some background about the city of Nairobi. Where my university is located sits right next door to a certain museum. It's an urban museum, and I want to open in the field. The slides will show and give you a sense of what that museum looks like inside. It has Elizabethan seats, it has pictures from the past, many white men doing great exploits, taking over the land. This slide shows the site, the front facade of the museum. My students who led us there, we followed them from the classroom. And we began to do insertions into that archive, into that colonial library. They challenged us to think differently about what was in that library. We had historians coming to talk to them. They've held exhibitions. It set me alight and led to the project where I was looking at the exclusion of some stories, important stories that tell about the beginning of the city of Nairobi. So I want to open in the field, and you're going to see a bit of my process, a lot of drawing, a lot of sketching. That is one of the participants that I sketched. But I want to begin with a matriarch. I don't want to begin with a method. I want to open in the field, and I want to open not with the theoretical frameworks, but I want to tell the story of the women whose labor was organized outside formal institutions, outside masculine imaginaries. Nanjala Nyabola, 2024. Of the railway as a colonial and post-colonial infrastructure of extraction. The matriarch, she's not in the archive. She's not in the Nairobi Railway Museum's exhibitions or display, and yet her labor built the life that made Nairobi livable, even as the railway itself remained an instrument of asymmetry. NRM, what I'm going to be referring to the railway from now, NRM, Nairobi Railway Museum, is autonomous of National Museums of Kenya. NRM is run by Kenya Railways Corporation, was founded in 1971 by a gentleman known as Freddie Jordan. He was a former employer of East Africa Railways and Harbors Corporation. The collections are contested in this study primarily because of the discordance concerning the present urban environment and context in which it exists. I'm thinking through Pumbla Ngola as the provocation. She's critical of the asymmetry, that which marginalizes the subject and observes the importance of including thought from outside of academia. I'm saying through her, with her, that the majority of African women theorize from the everyday, the mundane. I'm asking, if the museum cannot hold the matriarch, what must knowledge production do instead? 3 frameworks: Afrofeminism, decolonization, and urban theories. They meet as one question asked from 3 angles. Who labors in the city? Who is remembered for it? And who gets to say what remembering even means? I'm asking, what is a useful archive? What's a useful library? NRM presents highly unequal conditions as an asymmetry devoid of acts of remembering and dialogues to think with and through how we are in this world. I'm thinking about knowledge through a living culture, stories, values, practices, and ways of knowing which continue to inform indigenous pedagogies. Linda Tuiwai Smith. What is at stake here? I'm saying there are the epistemological stakes. I want to go ahead and name the wound before naming the method. So I want to move from the story to the theory. Briefly, I want to frame the problem as what is known as an epistemicide that takes place in this library. What is an epistemicide? It's an injustice. It's defined as the killing of a system of knowledge. Epistemicide is the systematic destruction, silencing, or devaluing of local indigenous, non-Western knowledge systems by a dominant culture, by colonial power. It was coined by a Portuguese sociologist, Boaventura de Sousa Santos, in 1998. It highlights how intellectual imperialism replaces diverse ways of understanding the world with a single, flat, Eurocentric standard, sameness. At the museum, it was not simply that African knowledge was ignored, but entire ways of knowing were overlooked, they were silenced, even erased as legitimate knowledge. I want to pair this observation and our experience that we had with the students and the community at this museum with Gasheni's argument that the post-colonial world is characterized by a lack of essence. Found in his book, Coloniality of Power in a Post-Colonial Africa, Gasheni describes a condition of being spoken about rather than speaking. He says, the envisaged end product was supposed to be a new and brave African post-colonial world and a new humanity where African agency dignity, and identity have been restored after years of colonial and neo-colonial domination. But this Africa has not yet materialized. Therefore, what exists as the African post-colonial world is characterized by a lack of essence. This is the problematique, the core of my talk, that conventional academic publishing on its own often reproduces this lack of essence. A peer-reviewed article can describe the railway matriarch, but it cannot display, show, or return her labor to the people who still live inside its afterlives, so that they know, ohumanya, so that they know. So from fieldwork to material forms, and how a research question addressing the coloniality of museums becomes many outputs. On the screen there, you can see the themes that were gleaned from the participants in the study. The retired railway workers visited 9 families, sometimes had focus groups with 3 of them at the same time, talked to the next generation, and they gave me stories, and I was able to organize the themes into work, home, and life. And then continue to talk about the assets that I, as a multimedia designer, would then help to make come to life. So, remember my problematique. So I treated this study as a design process. I went through pre-production, production, post-production. It was not a linear pipeline, and there were many iteration processes. I'm still in that process. I want to talk about this design method that I used to find the essence of what the families told me about their life in the estate. So I thought of a method that would be built to hold an oral narrative, an embodied knowledge, and the everyday life of the ordinary, from below, the mundane, rich and abundant texture of life lived by the railway community. So the collection of narrative is legitimate data. It's not something to add on, madoa-doa, you know? These are real findings. From the beginning, the research was never designed to end in a manuscript, text, written alone. It was designed and set up to end in a digital reenactment, and I'll show you some of the results after this. A central form that could hold what text could not: sound, color, gesture, repetition, the informal choreography of labor, and urban settlement. This production of knowledge, which contains testimonies, can be instrumentalized. Perez Butos, 2024. To think about the silences as a place of knowledge, as a place of being, as a place of power. I also have the privilege of sitting on International Council of Museums City Board, and I work with translating decolonial commitments into museum practice. We set standards and public-facing programming. Feel free to read an article titled "Unsettling the City, Decolonial Approaches to Urban Memory and Museums" in the CAMOC review. It's online. And see a book review that we wrote about Francois Verger's A Program of Absolute Disorder, where she talks of disrupting the museum. Here, the work process becomes infrastructure, where I sit on this board. Past making material collections and artifacts, it becomes infrastructure. And to think that this all began when we followed our students out of the classroom. 4 walls could not hold their imaginaries. So what you see are some examples of beautiful works by amazing people I'd like to cite: artists. Ayanna Jackson's Dwell in the Space of the Known at the Smithsonian. If you follow the art world, you will know that a certain president ordered for this exhibit to come down. Yeah, it was doing the work it was meant to do. And it was talking about the transatlantic slave and people being shipped in the hulls of ships over to the Americas. And it was prodding his conscience. So you have a long battle. We've just released a statement defending or speaking up for our colleagues at the Smithsonian and saying, you know, power cannot speak to art in this way, and it needs its place to exist in the world. So we have Tree Woman by Wangechi Mutu, causing me to think about Afrofeminisms and how the woman moved in the urban space. It was not designed for her. The quarters where the railway workers were for bachelors. Yet she came in, she made a home, she raised the children. She sold goods, she had kinships, she supported the family. And they survived in a city that was hostile. And then a great imaginary, Osborne Macharia, who has the Nyanye series, he envisioned these women as being strong movers and shakers in their communities. So he does a photographic series of women giving boss vibes. I love that one in particular. The last two pieces can be found in the National Museum of African Art in Washington, D.C. And these are the concepts that, together with the community, using general artificial intelligence, we've been able to try and structure what we are calling an exhibit, Mwisho wa Reli concepts. But I want to, before I go into that, I want to talk about beyond the article storytelling. I want to talk about protest and the public record. 2024, we lost comrades. We were urgently convened by Kimani Njogu, Caroline Mose, and an editorial team to commemorate the struggle. Never forget, cultural production in support of the June 24 Maandamano exists in the Jahazi Arts Culture Performance Journal. I have a copy here. It's Faisal, if you don't mind, just raising it up so they can see. Feel free to come and borrow. If you're brave enough to come talk to me, it's yours to read. Yeah. So there's an article there. They're online, they're free. And this article was written as an urgency-driven public writing. This was knowledge produced not on the usual academic timeline, but by Gen Z activists in near real time. Jahazi Journal's special issue is in service of a living political moment. What is the point here? That some indigenous and community knowledge cannot wait for conventional academic journal peer review process. We needed to respond in real time to what was unfolding before our very own eyes. Part of the researcher's ethical work is responsiveness, presence, showing up, knowing when the article is the wrong form entirely. I want to close this presentation with visual epistemologies, visual knowledges. I frame these examples as a claim. Visual epistemology is a sound discipline for theorizing indigenous knowledge in its own right, not a translation of theory into pictures after the fact. Nairobi being a site of contested post-colonial visual narratives, I present concepts for Mwisho wa Reli, a collaborative exhibition prototype developed between community knowledge holders, myself as a multimedia designer, and generative artificial intelligence, as a case study in the colonial museological practice that draws on oral histories from Nairobi's liminal period 1950 to 1970s. So this project will reenact the lived experience of actors who migrated to and inhabited the city's railways estates, transforming their testimonies into a sensorial mapping of urban sociocultural knowledge that colonial archives chose not to preserve. On your screen is the site. Initially, we were thinking we would hold these memories at the archives itself, at the museum in Nairobi. But many of these retirees are in the villages. So I traveled to one of the spaces, a place called Ebuchirinya, and many of them said they would not come to the city. So I had to think on my feet and respond and said, how about I hold it in a town called Butere, which is walking distance from Ebuchirinya? Would you come? Would you come and see your memories put up for a public-facing display? So in front of you is a beautifully preserved railway station in Butere. And I hope it plays. Let's see. Or I just need to go back a little bit. Give me a minute. I just want to show you the site. Stunning. Empty, freshly painted, pristine, ready for an exhibition of this caliber, and within walking distance of the community that can come and see their memories being preserved. So I want to end. These are more examples of the images we're able to generate, and say how we're going to talk about them, either using multimedia stands and displays. This was one story told by the station master on the day he retired, how he walked to a pub to celebrate, his life's work. And there's a little envelope there sitting close to his chest, and that was the last paycheck. He got a little tipsy and high by the time he was leaving, passed out when he looked for the envelope. Yeah. Little stories like this just titillate your imagination. Wasn't my job to ask, are you embellishing facts? It was my job to respond, and I did with this image. So the GAI did a pretty darn good job. I remember in my defense, people complaining and saying, that looks like a posh pub. I don't think that the station master would have money to go to a posh pub. I'm like, suspend your disbelief. Let's just enjoy that it's a sunset, maybe in the New Stanley Hotel, located in Nairobi, and he went to just blow out his earnings. You'll notice a name that looks familiar there. I think I remembered I quoted Namfiala, and he sits there. So I want to end with just a thought. I want to close saying that the same digital tools that make reenactment exhibition, that makes its reach possible, are the same tools of a new techno-colonialism. I'm not going to sit you feeling resolved or comfortable. I want to challenge you. It's a term coined by Mirka Maidanu. This digital space of platforms, archives, and AI systems can extract and misrepresent IK knowledge as easily as they can carry it. The everyday populated data sets, the societal phenomena and experiences portrayed as text images remain vulnerable to data colonialism and capitalist enterprise. Don't forget that. As they're extracted, scraped for close reading, surveillance, and commercialization. I want to leave you fellows with the discomfort rather than a resolution, a provocation, as it were. The question of dissemination is never separate from the question of who controls the infrastructure of the dissemination. Please see more of the work on my site. And I just want to leave you also with a quote by Majula Sware from Gambia, who provoked us at the Smithsonian, and she said, "We are working at something bigger than ourselves." I look forward to seeing your output. Thank you.
Yeah, I think after that last quote, we can as well end the session. But we have about 40 minutes to go, so we have to find a way to use it. Now, I think this idea of working on something beyond ourselves is important, right? Especially in a context, in a world where the self is all that matters. Competition is all that matters. And to say that we are in communion, and therefore knowledge production should serve something far, far bigger than our individual selves is crucial. I think among many other we're trying to along the line of what that coincided with yes, mainly West African three past, but it in South Sudan, remember, did an exhibition the time but I that they get to understand how the labor of people are. And once they came to the third lecture, name of
Bonjour, professeur Fatma. Je voudrais remercier du savoir. Et quand on parle de colonialité du savoir, faut la colonialité du pouvoir. Et en fait, ce que je trouve appréciable, c'est que en proposant aux fellows de vraiment blasphémer, c'est d'arriver pour eux à se doter d'outils qui leur permettent en fait de décoloniser au double sens de décolonisation et de décolonialité des sciences sociales, d'abord en s'appuyant sur des épistémologies alternatives. Concrètement, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? C'est-à-dire, en fait, ça implique de comprendre que la science n'est pas neutre. Vous nous l'avez démontré. Il est absolument, en fait, à mon avis, nécessaire de reconnaître dans une démarche d'écologie des savoirs, c'est-à-dire cette démarche qui permet de reconnaître l'ensemble des savoirs qui existent comme équivalents, c'est-à-dire rompre avec la hiérarchie des savoirs, comprendre les univers de sens et les systèmes de connaissances qui sont produits dans les milieux qui sont qualifiés de populaires. Jusque-là, nous nous posons dans une perspective, j'ai envie de dire, assez élitiste. Il est important pour nous de nous interroger peut-être sur qui nous sommes et d'où nous venons. Et à partir de ce moment-là, nous pourrons avoir cette démarche réflexive qui permette de pouvoir mettre en évidence ce qui avait été caché. Parce que quand je parle de colonialité de savoir, il y a les processus d'exclusion et d'inclusion des groupes subalternes, des paroles, par exemple, des femmes noires qui ont été pendant longtemps invisibilisées et effacées au nom de la hiérarchie ou de la masculinité hégémonique du pouvoir. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anwarite Gikonyo. You can call me Anu, and I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for the presentations. Gotten me thinking in very many different ways. I myself exist very much at the point of contention between these two worlds as a dancer and a researcher. And yes, this comes from seeing the opportunity within the dance world to need to take seriously an investigation of core concepts that have defined our discipline, while at the same time in the academy needing to take seriously embodied knowledge systems and forms of transmission. So my question is to both of you on where the opportunities or the room for within the academy to expand to be able to hold these, and I also don't want to use the word alternative, but to hold these multisensory communal knowledge systems. What would this look like in a journal article to take seriously the type of work that Doctor is doing? How can the two meet rather than constantly be put in opposition to each other? Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Boluwatito Sanusi from Nigeria. Thank you so much for your brilliant presentations. I have two questions, one for each of the panelists. So for Professor Adeshino, you mentioned something about peer reviewers and about how you might eventually end up fighting with them. And so I was wondering that in the process of like working with peer reviewers, with publishing, how do you know what suggestions and what opinions to take and what to leave out? And I think even outside of publishing, on your research, on your work, how do you know what to take and what to leave? And then for Dr. Uguye, thank you so much for your presentation. I think it was absolutely brilliant. And it really got me thinking about alternative ways of sharing research. I was thinking though that I feel like the ethics for this more like human, more embodied research might be a lot different for journal articles. So for example, the representation of the people that you made. So I was wondering, you mentioned being responsible. So I was wondering if there are additional like ethical considerations, maybe thinking about, you know, how do they give like consent and how do they consent to for their like figures to be used? So I was just wondering if you could speak a bit to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chair, for allowing me. This is not a particular question for any particular person, but it's something that has been bothering me since this conference started. And I think I will throw it to you, but it's also for the general audience. It's really about this stress on indigenous knowledge. I understand why we are stressing indigenous knowledge, but I'm just thinking, in the way in which we are taking up some of the questions and some of the pronouncements that are being made, are we not also casting the colonial anthropological gaze on our societies? In fact, it seems to me, in the way in which we're talking, you could disagree with me and stuff, but I want us to really take this seriously. It seems to me that whilst we may have displaced the colonial anthropologists, we are also appropriating that role. We are also appropriating that role. In fact, we are becoming native informants and casting the anthropological gazes on our societies. Which then means that, I mean, whatever conversation we are having about indigeneity has to be placed in a critical frame. If we don't do that, then we end up reproducing that which we are kicking against. I will want to hear your view on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with that last question. I think it's a legitimate concern. I think it's very legitimate, but we must differentiate between colonial anthropology and post-colonial anthropology that is concerned with, you know, the indigenous community and indigenous society. Anthropology keeps, in fact, anthropology has been brought out of the shadows and has been, you know, gathered round about with so many methodological caveats and theoretical questions. You know, you can talk from Jimmy Adeshina to Achi Mafeje and how they keep challenging us as to why we must take, you know, the vocabularies, the conceptual frameworks, the theoretical frameworks, we must take them seriously. And that question goes to every one of us in this room that, you know, you are being challenged. The essence of that question, as I see it, is that you are being challenged, as, you know, our methodological and decolonial methodology thing is going to show, that you cannot cast yourself in that mode. You cannot become a native informer. You cannot become an extractive scholar. You cannot just disrespect the community that we are going into. You are going to do a whole lot of anthropological work, and it is going to be different from what has been done by French anthropologists, by Lévi-Brol and Lévi-Strauss and the rest of them. It is going to be essentially, critically different, which is where the issue of co-production of knowledge becomes very significant. So we need you, thank you for that question, we need you to take these very seriously. But, colonial anthropology is not African or post-colonial anthropology. Reviewers. You see, when reviewers engage with you, it is supposed to be a mutually respectful conversation. And I mentioned that you are going to encounter a whole lot of reviewers in the process of publishing. There will be some who want to impose their knowledge on you, and you will know. Because you see, when you send out your paper, you are the one that wrote it. You are the one that, conceptualized the problematic. You are the one that puts the paper together. And what we are doing with peer review is to hold you accountable for misinformation, for, wrong data collection and all that. So a whole lot of time, your reviewers will say significant things to you. You will see for yourself that some of the recommendations are very significant. If you are writing, for instance, on African feminism, okay, and you are citing first wave feminism, second wave feminism, and third wave feminism about African feminism on the continent, and a reviewer points out, Afro-decolonial or Afro-feminism and all that, that is something to take serious. Okay, so you will get to a point, it's usual that you will be starstruck. At the beginning, if you send a paper and it is reviewed, there is the tendency that you want to please the journal, you want to please the editor, you want to please the reviewer. Okay, usually that will work for those who are just starting out in this business. Okay, but you see, the more you grow, and of course, that kind of thing will always also be can be reviewed with your mentors, with your supervisor, with senior scholars, to say, well, I just got this review back from this, and how do you think I should respond to it? So usually it will work in such a collaborative thing, and a senior scholar who already has gone through that can give you useful recommendations in terms of how to respond. Now, in terms of combining, embodied research and, academic, I think you are having, so I mentioned the African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network, and we have a journal, that Codestria is graciously hosting, and that journal is designed not to be the regular academic journal. It's designed to take seriously the journal is RUTA, Journal of African Research and Knowledge. It is supposed to take, to look at, the normal traditional academic journal paper, to look at, policy briefs, to look at engagement with knowledge, holders, and to also look at this kind of work that you are doing. So we have some of those journals out there that are coming to terms with the limitation of the traditional academic publishing, and to expand it, in the way my sister just mentioned.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Wairimu, get ready. When you're in the university with the kind of thinking that's set up there, get ready to step on toes, to push boundaries, to be the pioneer in terms of thinking about how to share our knowledges. I'm thinking of my supervisor, Professor Suki Mwendwa, who would just stand up and dance, and you would hear about it on campus for weeks. Like, who does she think she is? What was she doing? It was very suggestive, but she uses her body to think through her processes. and to communicate to her audience about she offended people. And it got political. So I'm saying, and speaking from the campus where I am, we always espouse, oh, we're breaking real world for the, real technology for the real world. But when it comes to us breaking some molds, especially as the creatives, we tend to do a lot of damage. So be ready for that kind of scenario and then take care of yourself, because you have a lot of work to do. Ended with a quote from Majula Sware. Many of us in the creative space are aware that it draws blood from us in many ways. I'm just thinking of the impact that artists have towards sharing their knowledges in different ways. You've mentioned dance, there's music, there are the installations that we're going to do. And if you hear about their lives on a personal level, it's like a spiritual battle. And we're empaths during COVID, just the way the artists were all depressed because they had no space to go and share their craft. So there are those nuances we can talk about on the side, and I'd share with you hacks and ways of surviving in these kind of environments. One of the challenges that I'm still facing is the publishing, the writing, along with the artistry. They're fed into each other in a very generative manner. So if I have an exhibition, all the place cards that are going to go along with the installations, I'm able to express myself and say where that expression came from historically, politically, socially. It's really important that you're doing the work of being an intermediary and feeding into people in a way they can understand. So dance is cutting edge. I can't wait to see what you have to do with it. And you'll need a community around you to support you, to help you through. Because even as we say, I'm ready for battle, is different. It's different. You have to suit up, turn up, do the work, and face the backlash and keep on anyway, because we've got a lot of work to do. And that answers to Prof's question about reproducing or reproduction of that colonial anthropological gaze. That is a great example of how we used to share our knowledge dancing. I'm remembering the Setswana dances and the way that they'd go around the fire and just pretend they're an animal and do some gestures. It shatters, any conventional way of thinking about how to pass on knowledge, either intergenerationally or from peer to peer, right? So I'm looking forward to that. So I think, Prof, that question about reproducing the colonial anthropological gaze, I struggle. Museums are a very white way, a brick and mortar way of looking at preserving or conserving information. When we go to the spaces where in Europe, when they're talking or when we share our knowledge and they're so excited, they're like, oh, we want to come and help you do your work. And you're like, stay away. You're the reason why we are in this place of conflict in the first place. We have to figure it out for ourselves. But whenever I go to a new city, my first place of call when I'm trying to understand who was here, who were the forefathers, what were they saying, what were the mothers of this place saying, I usually rock up to the brick and mortar. So it's that two-edged sword that, that museums are very colonial, they're very useful. And then I'm trying to, subvert and work in that space at the same time. So you have to be very reflexive in this whole process and always ask yourself, what am I doing? Is it right? Am I pleasing the ancestors? Somebody said, am I making them angry? That was a bloody good question. you know, and you have to hear and listen and just move carefully. And that comes to the question about ethics. For my research, we couldn't go into the field without presenting our concept papers, what we intended to do within the community. We have an ethics review board at the university, went through that, then with their approval or non-approval, you know, depending on how you move on, it went to a body called NACOSTI, and they give you licenses in order to allow you to move into the community so that you can ask of them to share their knowledges. But then there's the space of being with the community and seeking guidance and making sure that they understand the power that they hold with their memories. I'm working with a new technology, and I left you with that provocation of thinking about the metadata and what we put out into the world, where it sits. Can it be extracted by someone else as they're scraping to train the models that will then give answers to somebody else in a way that we'd never imagined? It's caused me to pause, think, move slowly, be cautious, because ethics, even as it has all these instruments that people will sign, maybe there's an exchange of, there's monetary gain for them sharing the information. You know, there's a long duration. You need to be caring, taking care of, and thinking through with the community. So ethics is paramount. It's priority. It's something you're always dealing with, how you are asking for this information, how you are thanking the person for the where you go. I was a bit scared of even sharing what is going on because we're not ready to have the public exhibition. What does it mean once it gets out there? Who is going to view it? What are they going to do with the knowledge that they gain? Ethics is paramount in everything we do when it comes to preserving the memories of these communities. Yeah.
Merci, cher Faisal. Je serai très bref. Je voudrais m'adresser aux boursiers et aux boursières par rapport à la problématique de l'évaluation par les pairs et celle relative à l'édition d'articles à publier dans des revues, notamment indexées. Je crois que Fatoumata Anne l'a dit tout à l'heure, la connaissance n'est pas toujours neutre, hein. Ça, c'est d'abord une évidence qu'on doit partager. Et si je prends cette affirmation et je la mets en perspective comparative avec ce que Florian a dit tout à l'heure, c'est pour vous dire une chose importante. Lorsque vous envisagez d'envoyer un article à publier dans une revue savante, il faut tenir, parmi tout ce qu'on vous a dit par Afolayan et par notre sœur tout à l'heure, il faut tenir compte aussi de ce qu'on appelle la politique éditoriale de la revue. Ça, c'est très important. Donc, chaque revue a sa politique éditoriale et là, sa ligne éditoriale. C'est un ensemble de principes, de règles qui guident les personnes qui veulent envoyer les chercheurs qui veulent envoyer leurs articles pour leur dire, si vous voulez que votre article soit publié par notre revue, voici ce que vous devez observer comme règles, comme principes, etc. Donc, si vous, en amont, vous ne connaissez pas la ligne éditoriale de la revue et que vous envoyez votre article, il peut être rejeté tout simplement parce qu'il ne rentre pas dans le cadre de cet ensemble de principes. Je vous donne un exemple qui m'est arrivé, moi. En 2008, j'ai publié un article à la Revue internationale de sciences administratives. C'est une grande revue savante et tout, qui a été créée en 1910. C'est vraiment une grande revue en matière de sciences administratives. Eh bien, après 2 ans d'échanges avec les évaluateurs, l'article a été publié, je crois en 2007 ou 2008. 10 ans après, ou 9 ans après, je reviens avec un autre article que j'adresse à la même revue. Alors, les évaluateurs me disent, non, écoutez, cher Jacques, votre article a des allures journalistiques, patati patata. Mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé au juste? Ce qui s'est passé, c'est que en 2007, mon article critiquait le gouvernement congolais dans sa façon de gérer la question minière, la gouvernance minière, etc., tout ça. Mais en 2018, là, je critiquais le FMI. Hein, ça m'a mis sous les ressources, la Banque mondiale, toutes ces politiques. Et en 2018, ils vont me dire, non, écoutez, donc en fait, ils n'ont pas d'argument à m'opposer. Non, c'est ça, ça a des allures journalistiques, patati patata. Alors, comme l'a dit Afolayan tout à l'heure, j'ai engagé un débat avec eux pour leur dire non. Comment, d'abord, cette histoire de journalisme, de style journalistique, c'est faux. Mettez ça de côté. C'est un mensonge. Alors, moi, je crois que vous ne voulez pas accepter cette revue, cet article, parce que vous estimez que la critique que je porte vous touche, n'est-ce pas? Étant donné que la revue elle-même était une revue, je l'ai découvert par la suite, c'était une revue financée par des capitalistes. Vous voyez? Du coup, si cet article paraissait dans cette revue, hein, les personnes, voilà, les personnes qui tiennent la revue n'auraient pas eu de financement. Donc, le FMI et la Banque mondiale pouvaient carrément faire des coupes budgétaires et ne pas envoyer des financements. Vous voyez, donc, il faut faire attention quand vous publiez vos articles. Donc, si par exemple, on vous dit, notre revue, c'est une revue à tendance socialiste, eh bien, si vous envoyez un article qui a des allures capitalistes, on l'écarte, même sans l'avoir lu. Maintenant, il faut qu'on trouve maintenant une astuce pour vous, à vous envoyer ou non. Il n'y a pas de données, il n'y a pas ceci. Donc, il faut être très souple à ce niveau-là. Ça va? C'est très important.
Merci aux différents Bonjour, je suis Fadi Talba du Cameroun. Merci aux différents exposants de ce matin. Ma question s'adresse au professeur. Dans son propos, il a parlé du postmodernisme. Et la première idée qui me vient en tête, c'est l'après-modernisme. Donc, j'aimerais savoir qu'est-ce que le postmodernisme? Est-ce qu'il existe un rapprochement entre le postmodernisme et le postcolonialisme? Merci.
Ok, merci, je suis Absolo du Cameroun. J'ai deux questions et je les adresse aux deux intervenants. Nous constatons aujourd'hui l'émergence de structures éditoriales dans nos différentes communautés, que ce soit dans les essais, les articles, les romans et les poèmes. Mais ces structures éditoriales ne disposent pas des structures, je vais dire quoi, fondamentales, des moyens et des mécanismes de diffusion de savoir. Comment est-ce qu'on fait dans ce contexte-là? Parce qu'il nous invite à valoriser les maisons d'édition locales, alors que ces maisons ne disposent pas des moyens et des mécanismes de diffusion. Maintenant, la deuxième question, je voulais savoir ce qu'ils pensent des structures éditoriales qui sont spécialisées sur les questions africaines, mais qui sont basées en Occident. Parce qu'il y a des maisons d'édition, je prends par exemple la présence africaine, qui publie des livres sur l'Afrique, mais qui n'est pas basé en Afrique. Qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent de cela? Merci.
OK. Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. Je suis Nogbegnon Sedami Bernadette et je viens du Togo. Et merci aux panélistes pour leur présentation. Ma question est de savoir, plutôt ma question porte sur les théories africaines. La question est de savoir, la majorité de nos écrits africains portent se basent sur les théories européennes ou occidentales. J'aimerais savoir comment faire pour inverser cette tendance, pour que les théories africaines, des théories occidentales se basent aussi sur nos théories africaines. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Francisco de Souza Museta. I am from Angola, and I have two questions for the second panelist. First and foremost, I would like to thank Odesseria for providing a platform where creatives can also be academic and vice versa. First and foremost, before I even became an academic or I became good at schoolwork, I was an artist. And the only reason why I decided to leverage it or leave it alone as much is because where I came up from in Namibia, they would say that if you become an artist, you're like 3 steps closer to poverty. So most artists in Namibia, essentially, they just take day jobs and they have that as the way to put food on the table, but their heart and their passion is in artistry. So seeing that you can actually be creative and be an artist and put out is an idea that I had, and I thought it was only in my mind. But Codicea is showing me that this is not something that is not only just a dream, it's also feasible. And my first question is, how do you put these exhibitions together? And can you tell us more about the creative process of putting a team together to carry out these exhibitions through artistic ways, but first grounding them into research? And my second question would be you spoke about urbanization, and I'm also very interested in urbanism as one of my thesis would be on how to make smart cities in Africa and then industrialize Africa through urbanization. So I want to know, can urbanization coincide with IKS to create a space where we can exude our African consciousness without losing more of our authentic way? Thank you.
Questions. Okay, great. I'll use this mic. Brilliant questions. I'm going to send you to my very good friend. Just know you're in a good place because she's just started working in Windhoek, and she was teaching interactive media design at the Rochester Institute of Technology for her postgrad. She's now setting up the department in Windhoek, the very same department. And you're in great company. Essentially, a lot of the students I come into contact with in the classroom, this poverty narrative, I'm not scared of being poor. I just want to put that out there. It's been a hard it's been a hard year. Money is hard to come by everywhere. But a lot of the students that come into my classroom, their parents won't even validate them. So we spend maybe 1 or 2 years just reassuring them that they are needed. They are needed for our society. They're needed for progress. They're valuable. Their skills are valuable. They're precious. And then we build them up from there. And it's uncanny year after year. I've been teaching since 2014 after.
modernism as a literary convention, modernism, as a sociological convention, that disagrees, that quarrels, with what modernism is all about. Okay, so from Jürgen Habermas, to Appiah, you have a range of speakers or writers, who, for instance, disagree with the Enlightenment project in Europe and how that Enlightenment project facilitated, for instance, the Holocaust, facilitated, colonialism, and how it must be disrupted from within. So you can take postmodernism in that sense as a mood, a critical mood within modernism that wants to disrupt, its tenets. Okay, I recommend two essays for you. One of the best is Anthony Appiah's essay, is the post in postmodernism, the post in postcolonial. That's a very good essay that you need to read. It ties, the concerns of postmodernism with the concerns of postcolonial theory. I also wrote an essay. I titled it, funny, we are all postmodernists now. And I was trying to look at the challenges that postmodern theories throw for the understanding of contemporary African philosophy and theorizing on the continents. These are two, theory essays that can assist you. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, thank you for that, the question about the structures of publishing and publication. And you are right, really. You see, your question calls for us to keep focusing on this, on publication, on the audience. And Pauline Utonji has done a lot about telling us how extroverted our research has been and remains. We publish, and then the question that the chairperson raised, earlier about the audience of your work. So you are right, you publish on the continents, and sometimes it does not go far. It doesn't go far. But when you publish out there, the Paragraph Handbook of African Philosophy that I published, when it came out, the price was $124. Who is going to bring out $124 to buy a book? So I published it over there, but who is using it? Who is reading it? This is a book about contemporary African philosophy that is meant for the continents, and yet it was published out there. So the challenge, and Codestra is actively at the forefront of taking up that challenge in terms of providing the structure. The structure of publication is ideological. So like Jack said, if you are publishing in a journal that is, paying you in terms of the direction they want to do, then you must dance to it. You have to dance to it. So it is a challenge and that is the same challenge that, it was projected the other time, that RUTA, that journal of the African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network, took up also, that we must keep having structures, publication structures on the continent that allows you to publish, in ways that refreshes African studies, in ways that refreshes our theoretical projection. And that ties me to that yes, we have theories. Oh, there are so many people are doing critical works on theorizing our reality, theorizing our experiences. People are doing a whole lot of work. So, decoloniality, African feminism, and there are so many, critical animism. There are so many theories. We simply just need to find them and diminish our morbid fascination with Western theories. I think it was with the first cohort that we mentioned that if you have not sprinkled postmodernism, in your work, you have not started writing. So you write a sentence and then postmodernism comes in, and then you write this, Foucault comes in. Yeah, I think we were mentioning Michel Foucault and Derrida. If your work does not contain the name of Foucault and Derrida and Saussure, you are not a scholar. And yet we neglect Murunga, we neglect, Mafeje, we neglect, Zeleza, we neglect, Ali Mazri and Utonji. These are brilliant scholars that we have. We neglect Sesanti. We neglect Doyin Agoro. Agoro just published or as a book on African drama, drama on the continent. That's you need to so some of these readings are significant, they are cogent, and they speak more to our reality than Foucault or Derrida or any of those people will ever do. This remains my constant challenge to postgraduate students at the University of Ibadan. Because most of the time you simply just quote the theory, in about 2 paragraphs, and then you abandon it. There is no, so I keep asking, so if you are citing structural functionalism, or you are citing, transformative grammar, in English, how does the African reality challenge these theories? How? Thank you very much.
You neglect Saki Mafundikwa, who is looking at writing systems in Zimbabwe. He has an amazing thought system about looking within ourselves so that we find answers for the problems that exist on the continent. Through visual epistemologies, you neglect Elkanah Ongesa Sokoro Simba, who says, talk to the stone, it will talk back to you. There's a lot. Don't neglect it.
So the ES wants to speak. I have to cede the floor to him.
No, thank you very much, colleagues, for the interventions around this question. Hopefully, I can just take a few minutes to just reflect on this. Because as Prof said, we do a lot of publishing. We've actually been at this game since 1976. So whether you ignore us or not, there's something we've done right. And unfortunately, our colleague Ibrahim Owanda, who is the one currently helping us do this, was unable to join us for the meeting. But we have an accumulated history that is useful for the purpose of the work that you're going to do. And the first, I think, point I would like to throw on the table, just following on the last comments that have been made, have to do with the comment that I'm not sure if it was made by Issa Shivji or the late Professor Wamba Diawa. The fact that part of the challenge of the African Academy is that we are almost always gesturing to the West in a manner that is self-defeating, in the sense that we have a house without walls, but we're really struggling to open the door so that I don't know who can come in. And by this, he was speaking to some different politics, but I think it speaks to the point about the politics of publishing in relation to referencing. And I wanted to add this point to the discussion. How do you grow an epistemic community based on a politics of citation that ignores your own community? And I think this is really, really important. I think that's why our colleagues are mentioning all these names. We've been trained that for your work to look and sound like it's good, it has to have a Foucault or a whoever from out there. And part of the way you build an epistemic community is to have it as a debating community within, not without. And that's the point that Faisal mentioned, because an epistemic community is not a conforming community, it's a debating community. And perhaps one way of driving this agenda forward is going to be the extent to which you guys can have a debate among yourselves and to find out who are the leading
people intervening in this debate from within your own communities. And that's how you begin to challenge the politics of indexing. I don't know how many emails I get from colleagues who are worried that Codesria cannot be found in the latest Western index. In one instance, I lost my patience. I said, you're really wasting my time. If you want to be found in that index, go and publish there. Because we can do our own thing on the continent. And I just wanted to put the point around the politics of citation and reference back to the table. And I think the point has been made. Why do you cite somebody? And we've been trained again to be a bit too mechanical. I'm writing on something, and there are buzzwords that are current in the field that I must throw in. There should be a level of reflection about who you are citing and why. Again, this is basic now. Why are we making this point here? We are making this point here because those of you who are in African universities, your methodology training does not allow you to know these things. Okay, we, the people who teach in those universities that you come from, need training and sensitization in order for us to really project this understanding to you. And it takes a Codesria or another organization to bring this sensitivity to your work. And I think it's really a comment about the nature of the African university today. But the break must be you, because this is the benefit you're carrying out of here. The second point I would like to make, and is the last point, is that I just want to push back a bit on Zubairu's question, because I think he's being unfair to all of us. Question around whether we are reproducing colonial anthropology and colonial categories. I thought Zubairu refused to appreciate that the nature of colonial anthropology, I'm not too sure that, I know but Zubairu knows, but I'm not too sure that everybody knows about the nature of colonial anthropology. Most colonial anthropologists began as colonial administrators. I don't know how many of you have been colonial administrators. There are journals that we want to publish in today that began with publication of notes from colonial administrators, or people who are just curious. They had been everywhere, and then they come and they see these Africans and they start documenting. Pick up African Affairs, the first 2 issues of African Affairs. Just people who are fascinated by these weird, naked people. Today, it's the most quote-unquote authoritative journal in African studies. Give me a break. Authoritative for who? Now, those are the categories that I think Zubairu is inviting us to begin to question. Because when you submit your article to some of these journals, the first thing they will tell you that we have cross-checked your article and we are unable to see you citing the most authoritative persons on this topic. I always tell the story of Thandika Mkandawi, the late Thandika Mkandawi, leading scholar, one of the best guys you can ever think about, economists and all that. And he seeks to publish an article in African Affairs, and they tell him, you've not read the latest literature on the World Bank structural adjustment programs. God forbid. What nonsense are you talking about? Man has more than 7 books on structural adjustment programs. When one of the Swedish representatives at the World Bank said, look, we are having discussions amongst ourselves, and I don't think we are really benefiting from what others are saying, and said, let's have Thandika come and speak. They said no, because he was going to generally just destroy what they are doing. Now, who in his or her normal mind would do a review of Thandika Mkandawi's literature and say he does not understand? And that's the point somebody said, it's ideological. Publishing, for you to get into publishing, you have to remember it's a system and it has a gate. And they are gatekeepers. These people we call editors, including me and Adeshina, we are gatekeepers. Our work is to decide who gets into the gate and who doesn't, right? And so I think that part of the politics we're talking about here, colonial anthropologists, I mean, there is an article, I can't remember when it was published, it was a review of a book by Sarah Hutchinson called Nuo Dilemmas. And the review Evans Pritchard. Now, Evans Pritchard was the well-known colonial anthropologist studying the Nuer in Sudan and the Azande, of course, right? And each colonial anthropologist was assigned to a community. Do you want to start with Monica and Godfrey Wilson, right? In Southern Africa, Max Clarkman. You know, we can mention the Rhodes Livingstone Institute in Zambia. Just for an anecdote there is a reason why most of the anthropology scholars founded the Manchester School rather than being in Cambridge and Oxford. Because Cambridge and Oxford are elite universities. Why would they be doing with those natives, right? So there is a politics there that I think Zubairu is unfairly accusing us of, and I wanted to make sure that it doesn't go. Colonial anthropologists owned communities. And some communities loved them so much. Among the Kalenjin in Kenya, there was a Ochardson. They named him Jemosusu. And when he was told, now you are part of us, you need to get circumcised, he said, that's the end of the story. Eh? So I think Zubairu is onto something when he encourages us to think about decolonizing concepts. Okay, I think that's the most important message I'm hearing from you, Zubairu. We need to decolonize concepts. But I think there is a danger in treating that as the end, that you decolonize and it's done. It's actually going to be a protracted struggle, even for those of us who have spent time thinking about this. It's going to be a struggle. But the point I'm trying to make, that is what the endeavor. Now, why am I concerned about this point? I'm concerned about this point because when we were discussing with MasterCard Foundation to fund this project, this issue came up. What right does Codesria have to claim it can study indigenous knowledge? Okay. What is the difference? So, you know, we've been telling everybody not to do this. Why Codesria? The guess I have about my own people is a different guess from the guess that somebody from somewhere has among my people. Yeah. And we said, our bottom line is that we co-create knowledge rather than extract knowledge. And I think that's where that decolonization journey needs to be picked up from. Don't allow Zubairu to respond.
Time has decided not to allow Professor White to respond, not me. So I think look, this panel has really thrown up important issues that we are all going to confront one way or the other, whether it's at the level of doing our research or at the level of dissemination. And I think this debate around colonial anthropology and the native informant, I think is really crucial, and it's something we have to have at the back of our minds. Because you see, it's easy for us to kind of talk about things like the Yoruba political system. But political systems are not things, they're social processes. So the Yoruba political system also encompasses the Nupe, for example. The Yorubas were not a composite group forever, right? So really this question of historicizing and realizing relationships, and also understanding that African societies were complex and unequal societies at different points in time. So it's one thing to celebrate Mansa Musa, right? The richest man in history. But the key question is, how did Mansa Musa come by that wealth? It tells you something about social differentiation, right? So for me, these kinds of questions are more important in terms of approaching our own societies with a critical kind of lens, I think would take us far. And finally, there are these questions around, you know, African theory, African knowledge production that many people have addressed. I mean, there is an established framework of understanding human mobility called migration systems, and that inform a lot of thinking and policy. But one of the major founders of that trend is a scholar called Mabugunje, who used to be at the University of Ibadan, right? But now nobody thinks of Mabugunje, right? It's something coming from other parts of the world. So I think that the lesson from this panel is really to adopt a critical outlook to any social question. Romanticism would not take us far, but asking questions and centering the need to probe is the way forward. So thank you very much for your attention. And once again, a round of applause to our panel.
And the chair is not fair.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Thank you to the panelists. Please, a round of applause for them again. Nous allons partir pour la pause café. Et après la pause café, nous reviendrons pour le deuxième panel de la journée. OK, je réfléchis à quelque chose, mais donc, il est 11h10, presque. Et donc, nous allons revenir ici dans 30 minutes, à savoir 11h40. OK, bonne pause café au même endroit. N'oubliez pas de laisser vos headsets sur la table. Merci. Okay, welcome back. Please have a seat. Alors, nous allons entamer le deuxième panel de la journée. Le panel de tout à l'heure a trait à ce que nous appelons les hubs intellectuels, les centres qui reçoivent les fellows durant leur période de résidence. OK, et les hubs, comme on vous l'a expliqué le premier jour, ce sont ces centres-là qui vous accompagnent tout au long du fellowship et qui constituent un peu comme des points d'ancrage de ce que nous faisons sur les savoirs endogènes, les savoirs autochtones dans AFRIAK. Donc, les hubs sont un peu comme les points d'ancrage à travers lesquels le réseau AFRIAK s'établit sur le continent, dans différents pays. Et depuis donc, la première cohorte, nous avons travaillé avec une dizaine de hubs qui, à travers différents pays du continent, non seulement reçoivent les fellows, mais sont aussi chargés d'organiser des activités autour des savoirs autochtones pour pouvoir intégrer dans les habitudes de recherche, dans nos universités, dans les centres de recherche, ce que nous appelons des savoirs qui proviennent de la communauté et des méthodes de recherche qui s'éloignent un peu de l'extraction vers la coproduction. Donc, nous avons voulu aujourd'hui inviter des représentants ou les coordinateurs de quelques hubs. Okay? Ils ne sont pas tous là pour cet atelier, mais nous avons voulu inviter certains parmi eux avec lesquels nous avons travaillé. Vous avez, ou bien la première cohorte a travaillé l'année passée et cette année pour les résidences et pour le fellowship, pour partager avec nous leur expérience, comment ça s'est fait, à quoi s'attendre une fois que vous allez dans ces hubs-là, comment ils ont reçu les fellows et comment peut-être ils vont vous recevoir aussi, parce que ce que vous allez écouter aujourd'hui, c'est certains de ces hubs-là qui vont recevoir certaines parmi vous durant le mois de résidence. Donc, comme je vous l'ai dit le premier jour, nous avons une dizaine de hubs repartis dans 9 pays. Okay? Au Kenya, en Ouganda, au Sénégal, en Afrique du Sud, au Bénin, au Botswana, au Ghana, au Togo, et qui vont donc vous recevoir. Et aujourd'hui, dans le panel que nous avons invité 4 de ces hubs, notamment 4 coordinatrices et coordinateurs de ces hubs-là dans 4 pays pour venir partager leur expérience. Donc, nous avons dans un premier temps Dr Mayashri Chinzami, que je vous demande d'applaudir. So I'm going to read her bio in English since I have it in English. So Maya, as we like to call her, is a research manager at the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation, National Research Foundation, Center of Excellence in Indigenous Knowledge System at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. She has also served as the Secretariat, Executive Management and Scientific Council of the African Institute of Indigenous Knowledge Systems, a UNESCO Category 2 center and consortium of over 30 higher education and research institutions across Africa internationally. So Maya has a PhD in ethnobotany, pharmacology, and chemistry, and has over a decade of experience leading indigenous knowledge systems research, capacity development, and strategy partnership. So her work advances indigenous epistemologies and research methodologies through multidisciplinary programs spanning climate resilience, disaster risk reduction, sustainable livelihoods, cultural heritage, and so on. Okay. So we have Maya today as one of our first panelists. Our second panelist is Dr. Lucy Mandia. Lucy is a senior lecturer. Please, Lucy. So she's a senior lecturer at the Department of Language and Literature Education, and she's also the Deputy Director at the Institute of Indigenous Knowledge, Cultural Studies, and Climate Change at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology in Kenya. She has over 15 years of experience in university teaching, research, and academic leadership. And she specializes in applied linguistics, cultural linguistics, general linguistics, eco-linguistics, socio-linguistics, and mediated communication, language and gender. She holds a PhD in English and applied linguistics from Kenyatta University and completed a postdoctoral research fellowship at the University of Venda in South Africa. Thank you, Lucy, for joining us. Our third panelist is Dr. Changu Batisani. So, Dr. Batisani is a research coordinator in the Office of Research, Innovation, and Partnership at Botswana Open University, with over 18 years of experience in research management, research policy, monitoring and evaluation, research ethics, grant management, and higher education leadership. She holds a PhD in education leadership and policy from the University of Witwatersrand, a Master's of Science and Strategy Management from the University of Derby in the UK. So her work focuses on strengthening research systems, advancing institutional transformation, and fostering community-engaged scholarship through strategic research management. Thank you, Dr. Changu Batisani, for joining us. And our fourth panelist is Professor Agboka. Professor Agboka, I'll say thank you. I'm a little bit afraid because he just arrived yesterday, and I was like, since the first, I was like, where is Professor Agboka? So this one I say in French because although he speaks English, it's coming from a French-speaking country. Professeur Komi Agboka est un enseignant-chercheur. Il est enseignant-chercheur à l'Université de Lomé, spécialisé en sciences agronomie et dans les enjeux liés au changement climatique. C'est lui le directeur du centre Wascal. Okay? Il possède plus de 15 années d'expérience dans la protection des végétaux, l'entomologie agricole et l'agroécologie. Et ses activités d'enseignement et de recherche portent notamment sur la gestion durable des ravageurs, l'adaptation des systèmes agricoles au changement climatique et le renforcement de la résilience des communautés en Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, encore une fois, merci au professeur Agboka de se joindre à nous. So I will give each one of the panelists 10, max 15 minutes to tell us about the experiences with AFRIAK in their hubs, in their country, having fellows last year and this year. And then after that, I will open up for some questions and answers. So I'll start with
I will start with you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you to Chairperson, Dr. Ayemi. And I'd also like to appreciate all the speakers that have come before because they've managed to set some sort of groundwork and made us understand a little bit about how we are interrogating and challenging ourselves during this fellowship. And the fellowship is not only for the period of 7 months, but it is a lifelong situation for you because it is setting you up to understand your journey going forward. My job today is to share with you a few of the experiences, but it's not just to tell you how the university looks or how the Hub's program was organized, but it is also meant to give ourselves a chance to answer a few questions about the experience itself going forward. The main or key word that I want us to keep in mind in terms of our contributions going forward together, collectively, is the issue of sustainability. How do we maintain any sort of momentum we gain in the next few months and going forward? I also had a few keywords that came out, and that was looking at diversity as an asset. Looking around the room, we have many different ways of knowing, many different ways of eating, clothing ourselves, thinking, and that diversity was told to us to be a challenge. If I look different from you, I eat different from you, I speak different from you, I should be a problem to you. And we are learning here in this space that diversity is actually an asset. The presentation, it won't come on. Okay. Ideally, we were asked to share a few points on some of the some questions that were asked in terms of lessons. And before, as we're waiting for the presentation to come up, I think one of the questions that we had when we had the first cohort coming through to the University of KwaZulu-Natal was, where do we situate knowledge production, knowledge management, and knowledge protection? Is it at the university? Is it only at the university? When we talk about knowledge production, sometimes people want to talk about it as research. Is that the only space in which we see it? We heard earlier today the words like gatekeeper. In the university ethics department, in the university's technology transfer offices, in the university libraries, there are gatekeepers, people who are telling us what is ethically sound for us to do in terms of research. And in our journey as the African Institute in Indigenous Knowledge Systems, we found ourselves, thank you, Basiru, we found ourselves encountering a number of challenges in trying to bring Indigenous knowledge systems into the higher education space. And the session is about institutionalizing African Indigenous knowledge systems in higher education spaces. And my purpose here is to maybe share with you a little bit of the success that has happened so far, but how does that speak to the Codestria AFRIAK mandate? On the screen, you're seeing a number of logos. The extreme left and extreme right logos are the National Government of Science, Technology, Innovation and the National Research Foundation logos, which are the founding bodies and funding bodies for the Center of Excellence in Indigenous Knowledge Systems. Then you're having the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which serves as the hub, but the consortium originally was 5 higher education institutions, being the universities of Limpopo, Venda, Northwest University, University of South Africa, and UKZN. The logo in the middle is the Center of Excellence, and the African Institute is the one that is number 4. We can go next, or I think there's a tap. The idea, and I just want to now position what we are discussing, is that we are talking about decolonizing the research, the knowledge production spaces that we occupy in higher education, and how is that ultimately being achieved through bringing indigenous knowledge systems. And the case of our institute is that we've been in this endeavor technically since 2014, but the movement has started much earlier. And I want to perhaps give you an understanding that as the Institute, we are continental as well as international. But I think the question we would like to ask from the side of Codestria AFRIAK program is, what have been the most important lessons that we've learned that are both positive as well as challenging to us? And what has that been because we've been hosting fellows and supporting IKS-based research? Let's look at the journey of institutionalizing and systematizing IKS at the University of KwaZulu-Natal as part of, as well as in other partner institutions, as part of that consortium. The first SAQA accredited teaching programs started at the then University of the North in 2002 as some core modules or electives that students could select in the social science discipline. And then in 2004, South Africa adopted the IKS policy. It's a national policy. And in the context of higher education, it tasked, mandated higher education spaces to be the vehicle through which we could bring community-based ways of knowing into the university. The question you ask yourself, why? Universities are not these ivory towers, because we as students and staff and lecturers come from communities that surround these spaces. And we come from homes and families as institutions themselves, which have a cultural and ecological specificity. Then we had the first cohort of SAQA, or South African Qualifications Accredited Bachelor of IKS teaching programs. And that started in 2013. And it was a joint effort between the Northwest University, Department of Science, Technology, and SAQA. And then in 2012, we had a signature project at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in line with the vision of becoming the premier University of African Scholarship. Remembering that the University of KwaZulu-Natal, for those of you that will be hosted with us, we will give you that background and history of it being a merger between a University of Natal, a predominantly or historically English British institution, and the University of Durban-Westville, predominantly for people of Indian origin. In 2014, the Center of Excellence started, but I must note, unlike other centers of excellence in the country, we were identified as a developmental center because we were dealing with something that wasn't fully understood. And so we had to compete at the same level as other centers of excellence, achieving the similar or same KPAs, but not having the same status. And that shows you how the journey has been. It's been always as being looked at as the other. And that is understandable because it is the space that we are trying to go into. Of course, I've mentioned the institutions of higher learning that came together to speak to that. And then we were also responsible for coordinating the national recordal system and the recognition of prior learning, which is about formally recognizing and accrediting community-based knowledge holders, not only in issues of traditional medicine, but across 16 disciplines of competence. In 2018, we were reviewed internationally and were then afforded the Center of Excellence status. I'm asking you to look at the timeline because I want you to understand there was a word that Dr. had said earlier, a protracted struggle. It is a long journey, one to which you must be committed to once you invest. In 2024, we were able to be part of not only being officially recognized as a Center of Excellence, but also being part of implementing the IK Act of 2019. And in 2021, we then became an African Institute of Indigenous Knowledge Systems. In 2025, November last year, we were then also recognized as a UNESCO Category 2 center. In every step of the way, there were always naysayers There were always people saying, what is this? What does IKS got to do with physics, chemistry? And here you are seeing a panel of people who are coming from very different backgrounds, who are able to articulate indigenous knowledge systems quite articulately. So one of the most important lessons that we learned is that successful community-based ways of knowing as part of research programs depends not only on the projects themselves, but on an institutional environment in which those projects are situated, having the necessary governance support from the institution, as well as persons who are able to carry the message forward. So AFRIAK was able to draw upon the relationships that have been developed over many years in all of its hubs. And that includes our evolution from a center of excellence into a UNESCO category 2. The relationships already exist. And so for you as a residency program, as a fellowship, and going forward beyond this, you are entering an ecosystem for intellectual exchange and in a safe space to do so. Of course, the challenge remains that institutionalization remains challenging in universities because we are still organizing knowledge according to disciplines. Yeah, indigenous knowledge systems is our way of life. It is not an academic topic that can be discussed. It is who we are. We're not studying something that is outside of ourselves. You've heard that a number of times over the last few days. So we must understand that IKS is inherently relational, transdisciplinary, and community-based. You even still have lecturers saying, oh, but I'm only a physicist. I'm just in language studies. What's that? How does that distinguish you, making you stay in a box? If you want to be relational, you want to be trans, multidisciplinary, that is the only way to endeavor in IKS. The lesson in hosting fellows is also showing that in building institutions, we can sustain IKS over decades. It's an institution that will suffice or that will sustain itself, not just projects alone. Many universities do want IKS projects, but very few of them want to invest in the institutional environments. Very few of them want to do that. Oftentimes, we think that an item, if I take a medicinal plant, or if I take a clay pot, people think that that is IKS. That is not IKS. That is a cultural expression. Yeah, it's an artifact, but the knowledge behind it. And that's the mistake many of those that received funding and investment in IKS, specifically in issues of traditional medicine. Taking a medicinal plant and putting it in the laboratory and testing it is not IKS-based research. You are testing a thing, but you've never asked, if you ask the plant, what do you do? What more can you do? It requires the wisdom of people and communities of practice. And so you have to situate your research from outside and in. You've left the knowledge. You've come into the lab and you've left everything out there. Yeah. So I think investing in the necessary institutional environment is also asking, is the lecture room or the lecture hall or the laboratory the only space of learning? And we've heard from so many before that that isn't the case. And oftentimes, universities expect IKS to fit into existing spaces. So in our journey, we have institutional policies that speak to how IKS must be done across the institutional landscape, when it be research, teaching, learning, or community engagement. Of course, when you speak from the perspective, it's not our experience purely, it is the experience and the needs of the fellows. Fellows were most interested, going forward beyond their fellowship, how to initiate and maintain postgraduate research programs, how do they articulate and create IKS-based research methodologies, how do they maintain and sustain relationships with their knowledge holders, how do they create and investigate into government-based partnerships, collaborations, laboratories that are digital in nature, and then engagement models. The relationships with communities isn't something that you do ad hoc, and it isn't something you do only for your research. I go to things that are nothing to do with my research. to sit and be with communities. It's somebody's birthday, somebody has had a baby, something is happening. You go because these are just people that you are building a relationship. The engagement of asking a questionnaire or a survey, it's not asking question 1 to 20. It's about having a discussion, and somebody trusts you so much because you are part of who they are that they tell you more than you asked. They're even telling you things you wouldn't have even dreamed of knowing. And that is the kind of relationship you are meant to build. When we went through during the residency, we had engagements with the traditional leaders in Northwest. And they were so free and relaxed. You know, we knew the protocols of having to wear, as women, you had to cover your heads or wear a certain type of long skirt. They were just relaxed. They understood that some of us had our jerseys on our head. You'll see the pictures from some of the fellows I'll have now, because they had not remembered to put that. And they were just relaxed because they trusted some of us to say that these are the people you are bringing into our space. We should trust you all. The question that came here was, how have your interactions with IK keepers, communities, etc., influenced our understanding of these 3 points, which are the core mandates of universities? And in this, I'm not going to say much other than to say our philosophy and model has never been that one is more important than the other. And usually teaching and learning happens usually separate from research in some institutions. Research is quite a unique thing. It's a different sort of work, you know, responsibility. And then community engagement is something completely else. You know, it's something, there's a different department for that even. There's a director for that one. As if that has nothing to do with teaching and learning and research. And so in the undergraduate teaching programs, the lecturers are actually the community members themselves. They are the professors in the classroom. What institutional changes would you recommend when universities are wanting to integrate IKS into their spaces? Stop treating IKS as just a research niche. It is something that you can find easily if you look well enough. It is a university-wide transformation agenda. Recognizing knowledge holders, we've heard this morning that we are talking to people not as guest speakers or informants or research participants. These are our partners. When the study is being conceptualized and conceived throughout, I asked you, what way is research production happening, management, protection? It is happening in the community. And your project idea is not yours. If you're involving them, involve them throughout. They are your co-supervisors. Yeah, they're your co-teachers. So the mentors you are having in this program might be supplemented and complemented by the knowledge holders in the communities as well. They also want to learn, yeah? So the learning process is bi-directional. We're not teaching them anything, and they're not the only ones teaching you. They want to learn from you also. The issues of shift 3 and 4 and 5, I'll put them up so that we don't take long, is that there needs to be curriculum development, both at an initial stage and then formalized. There needs to be comparative understanding. I think having that kind of intellectual discussion means having a comparative understanding. It's not only about understanding you, but you in the context of others. Understanding that there are multiple place-based learning spaces and that there are different forms of evidence. That lived experience that you will find on the ground is part of your evidence. And institutionalizing IKS requires universities to recognize those spaces as legitimate learning spaces and having long-term reciprocal partnerships with communities. Having them also from a governance perspective in advisory and decision-making structures. Dr. Santo had mentioned that when they had come to the UKZN hub earlier this year, there was the engagement about the recognition of prior learning. The steering committee, the working groups, every level of governance structure does not involve anybody at the university. All we provided was space for engagement to give them that space. Question 4, and then there's question 5. Question 4 was 3 minutes. What has this experience demonstrated about co-producing? The residency showed us that showed to fellows that knowledge moves in multiple directions. It is never one way or in only certain ways. And that the role of the university is not to validate IKS. It is to create conditions where different knowledge traditions can engage respectfully and critically. So there's this issue of the words or terminologies like validation and affirmation. Even you will grapple with that because our training over the last number of years teaches us that we are the ones to validate things. And how can institutions sustain momentum once external funding comes to an end? From our side, sustainability goes beyond finance. Those are the institutional policies that I spoke of, and you want to talk to policymakers. Sometimes the policymakers are even within your institutions where you are professionally employed or where you are studying. Can you influence policy at that level? Leave the country or the national agenda. Can you influence policy in your institution, wherever you are employed or you are studying? Can you contribute to curriculum development? Because that is where people, and not curriculum only for undergraduate, but even professional degrees for executive level. Having infrastructure that speaks to IKS, postgraduate capacity, because you need people to teach if you have curriculum. Building partnerships with knowledge holders that go beyond your research, and networks that continue beyond individual funding cycles. We, as the Institute, have been asked to sit on so many different program initiatives internationally simply because of one project where we were able to influence it in a positive manner. I think I have a video to play, if it is possible, and it's not long. As the video plays, you will see Christiana, Raymond, Emmanuel, Charlotte, Anastasia, Tam, Temiteo, Blessing, Sandra, Namakula, Precious, Mary, Precious number 1, sorry, Mary, Eunice, Precious number 2, Desteria, Eveline, Jane, Samuel, Elizabeth, Ruth, Beryl, the other Emmanuel, Divine, Jonathan, Nsere, Adebisi, and Damilola. Some of them arrived late. They arrived a few days after the residency program had started. And we had to collect them from the highway as they arrived from the airport because we were already making our way on the road. They were allowed to see how UN negotiations happen, and they had to do a sort of scenario-based exercise. We had a back of stage or back of office experience at the Marine Institute, something that not many people get to see. We have relationships with museums far afield from KZN, UKZN campus. It gives you the history of the Zulu kingdom. It gives you an understanding of the historical space that you are sitting in and how we understand that not everything is neutral. They also got an understanding that the space is multicultural and that there are multiple knowledge systems at play, one together. We managed to go far north in South Africa to the Northwest University. Here you are seeing cultural astronomy at play. This here is the Bachelor of IKS class. These are the undergraduate students, some of the professors, and in there you also see the knowledge holders being part and parcel of the classroom. Here is the Baralong Traditional Council, who articulated some of their core needs and their history. And it is a privilege to meet some of these people. You get a chance to understand that it is outside and not inside rooms that we were speaking. But of course, like the previous speakers, there are some museums that we can appreciate. We were also privy to some of the protocols. Here is a group of 70-plus-year-old women. It doesn't mean just because you are 70 years old in the community that you get into that space. This is Chief Pelani, Khosi Pelani. Us understanding some of the protocols. This is the Khosi's sister, his wife, the princess. And we are trying to see how they're trying to take back, as you were saying, what is their understanding of a museum? And this is their home. They're recreating their home into a space. We also get a chance to deal with former heads of state, ambassadors, and traditional leaders and councils. They also managed to go into a nature reserve and understand the relationship between that nature reserve and traditional health practitioners in learning propagation methods and having that cross-directional. This here is the port, the harbor. I think there was one of the projects that we had in the team that had focused on harbor and the ports. And then there were some teams for the issue of spirituality and cross-cultural research. Colleagues, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have seen some great pictures and good knowledge as well from South Africa. Let's move now to Kenya with Must Hub. Lucy.
Habari yenu. Good morning. Wushere. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to give the experiences of the first cohort at the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, the Kenya Hub. Between March 1st to April 1st this year. I'll start first of all by, I'm waiting for my presentation. Okay, I'll begin by giving the context. The context of the hub. And basically we are talking about the institutionalization of indigenous knowledge and the lessons that we learned from our various hubs. I wish to acknowledge MasterCard for financing the project, Codestria for strategy and coordination, and for MOST for hosting the hub, and also wish to acknowledge fellows, mentors, and indigenous knowledge holders. At the hub, we hosted 30 fellows from 11 African countries, 27 women, and 3 men from South Africa, Botswana, Malawi, Cameroon, Lesotho, Tanzania, Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Somalia, and Kenya. We also had 4 mentors. We had Professor Kenneth Simala, who is not here with us. Professor Wakne Kelbesa, he's here. Dr. Priscilla Migiro Santao, she's here with us. Then Dr. Mushai Mwangola. Maybe you are wondering why we had 4 mentors. You can see, I think we had the largest number of fellows, 30, and Professor Simala was mentoring 14. Professor Wakne was mentoring 14. Then the other 2 were rerouted to the hub for one reason or another. One was Dr. Mushai's mentee, then the other one was Dr. Santau's mentee. Then I was the hub coordinator. That is about the hub. We adopted a model. Now I'm talking about the program. And the model was anchored on 5 pillars. And that is what drove the program. We had mentorship. And under mentorship, we had the 4 mentors who guided fellows in strengthening their concepts and also immersing them into the Codestria agenda and tradition. Apart from the 4 mentors, we also had indigenous knowledge holders who also mentored fellows in various ways and other academic experts within the university and outside the university. The other pillar was thematic seminars and workshops. The 30 fellows we received, their concepts zeroed around 5 topics. We had indigenous pedagogies and curriculum transformation, indigenous health and medicinal knowledge, gender, sexuality and feminism, language, arts and ways of knowing. Then lastly, youth and knowledge transmission. So we also had expert speakers, academic expert speakers and indigenous knowledge holders who spoke on the various, the 5 topics. That is why we are calling them thematic seminars that touched on the fellows' topics so that they would help them improve them in terms of indigenous knowledge methodologies and theories. Then workshops. We had workshops where we had academic experts and again, indigenous knowledge holders who presented on various topics touching on policy. How could the fellows use their researches to impact on policy and practice? And that went into policy dialogues where we also invited government officials, the university management and other practitioners who helped actually fellows, helped them to see how they could improve their concepts or their researches in terms of informing policy and practice. And lastly, we had collaborative engagements where we had field visits. We visited various cultural heritage sites where we had fellows encountered various indigenous knowledge holders in various fields. We didn't just concentrate on the thematic areas where fellows were researching from, but because indigenous knowledge is multidisciplinary, so we visited various sites, I think 6 sites, where fellows were able to interact with the various knowledges. So you realize that the integration of the pillars ensured that the residency was both intellectually enriching and practically relevant. So we are supposed to speak about the institutionalization of indigenous knowledge in the higher education space. What does this mean? When we talk about institutionalizing indigenous knowledge, it is just a systematic way of integrating indigenous epistemologies, values, practices, and knowledge systems into university policies, curricula, research, governance, partnerships, and everyday operations of higher education institutions. And this is meant to ensure that indigenous knowledge is recognized, sustained, utilized as an equal and legitimate source of knowledge.
And we were given 4 guiding questions, and these questions are the ones going to guide my presentation. The first one is the experiences of the first cohort. We look at the positive experiences, the negative experiences in terms of hosting and in terms of indigenous knowledge research. The second question focuses on the interaction of the key stakeholders, the mentors, the fellows, the indigenous knowledge holders, and how they influenced the university's understanding of research, teaching, learning, and community engagement. Then the recommendations to the university in terms of curriculum, research, governance, and community engagement. Then lessons about knowledge co-production. Then lastly, the sustainability. So I'll be very practical in my presentation because I know all of you are wondering when we go to the hubs, what do we expect and all that. So I'll mention some of the positive lessons that we learned. The first positive lesson, I would say, we successfully hosted a diverse Pan-African cohort. 30 fellows from 11 African countries was actually a success. Can you clap for us? Another success was seamless coordination between Codestria, the hub, mentors, fellows. Actually, it led to the successful coordination of everything. And I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Codestria staff. At any time I would call them, even at midnight, Betha would just pick the call and all that. Yeah, they were available throughout for the fellows, for us as coordinators and all that. Communication was seamless and all that. So I would say that was a positive lesson. Then institutional leadership and support also enhanced the program's credibility. The university management was very positive. Even before the fellows arrived, we had a workshop to prepare for their coming, and through their support, we prepared for them. Early planning, the moment the fellows signed their contracts and they were assigned to the hub, we had meetings, pre-residency online meetings with fellows. We formed a WhatsApp group. We were in constant communication. I shared with them the information pack. I shared the available accommodations and the prices. And in Kenya, we are used to negotiating. Yeah, I negotiated for them the various, shared with them the various accommodation spaces, negotiated for them. And they were even able to pair up before they come, maybe in a 3-bedroom house, they would pair up 3, So when they were coming, everything was ready for them. They had places for accommodation, and that was because of early planning. We also had a structured mentorship program that strengthened the fellows' research skills, concepts, and outputs. Just as I've mentioned, the structure of our program actually was blended, was integrated. They would have workshops, seminars, and all that. Then after that, we go to the field so that they have experiential learning. Then cultural exchange among fellows promoted Pan-Africanism, including Swahili lessons. The fellows who visited Kenya, they learned Swahili and they were so excited. Every day, after every day session, we had a lecturer from the Swahili department. So they learned some basic Swahili for communication purpose, because Swahili is the national language of Kenya, to help them navigate around, and also for Pan-Africanism and all that. That was a positive. Then a multidisciplinary cohort also enriched learning through diverse perspectives. 30 fellows, different disciplines, different countries, and all that. Actually, it was a positive. Partnership with local communities and indigenous knowledge holders also provided authentic experiential learning. And I can assure you, the fellows who are in Kenya still interact with the knowledge holders to date. Then flexibility in the implementation helped address unforeseen logistical challenges. We had logistical challenges, but we were so flexible in our program. Every Friday, we would have a dialogue with fellows and plan for the following week. So that flexibility also really helped. I'll move very faster. The challenges. Yeah, the challenges, hosting 30 fellows. And I would say we leveraged on we created opportunities out of the challenges we encountered. Coordinating fellows across linguistic, cultural, and disciplinary differences, 30 of them actually, it wasn't an easy task. Yeah, it's like a mother with 30 children. You can imagine, but we navigated through because it was successful. Limited institutional infrastructure for indigenous knowledge research and collaboration. Sometimes administrative approvals took long. Logistical issues like Professor Amy mentioned, the fellows who are giving wrong bank accounts and all that, they could not receive their stipend in good time, but CODESIA was gracious enough. They handled such challenges. Issues to do with indigenous knowledge research. We realize that the knowledge is still undervalued compared to conventional research fields. Some indigenous knowledge holders were reluctant to share sacred knowledge or simply share their knowledge, imagining that it was going to be stolen. Weak policy frameworks and unresolved IP or ownership questions. Kenya is not like South Africa where they have a national IKS policy, as we don't have. Even at our institution, we don't have it, but this program, I think, is a wake-up call. Then insufficient integration of indigenous knowledge into curriculum and institutional policies. The second question was how the residency shaped research, teaching, and community engagement. I'll begin with curriculum. Or is it research? We go back. Okay, research. Indigenous knowledge was affirmed as a legitimate knowledge system worthy scholarly inquiry. And after the residency, I can assure you, even within the university, everybody, if not everyone, they want to inquire or to know more about indigenous knowledge. We also learned that communities and knowledge holders should be engaged as co-creators, but not as mere participants. Then we also learned that we need greater attention to consent, cultural sensitivity, and benefit sharing. Then in terms of teaching and learning, the residency inspired us to integrate IK into curricula across disciplines, because actually IKS is multidisciplinary. Field visits and community immersion turned out to be experiential, was actually experiential. And we realized that the classroom outside the walls and all that is more interesting. And actually the fellows always looked forward to the times or to the days we'd go out to the field. In the entire program, actually, they loved moments where we were going out to interact with knowledge holders. In community engagement, we learned that we need to shift from outreach, maybe I would say outreach in quotes, to genuine partnership and co-creation. Usually the core mandate of the university, okay. Oh, IM is on me. Reciprocal learning and all that. I'll move very fast now. Recommendations, we have recommendations for research, teaching and learning, and community engagement. Maybe I'll just give one recommendation for each. Communities should be engaged as co-creators in research, in teaching and learning, co-teaching with the indigenous knowledge holders. For community engagement, we need to shift from outreach to genuine partnerships. Then in terms of co-production, again, I'm not able to read. I'm looking for my glasses. Okay, in terms of co-production, okay, I'm blind when it comes to reading far. My glasses are not even helping. Okay, in terms of co-production across systems, okay, we learned that universities, indigenous knowledge holders, and communities should learn with one another, not from one another, because knowledge is academically rigorous, culturally grounded, and socially relevant. And the issue of co-creation of knowledge comes in, whereby indigenous knowledge is not one-directional. Communities should be looked at as equal partners in research and learning. And the issue of co-production strengthens relevance to local needs. So after AFRIAK, what next? That is sustainability, and that should be my last slide. Okay, sustaining the gains of AFRIAK require the institutionalization rather than dependence on project funding. And we've suggested some strategies. We need to institutionalize indigenous knowledge in university policy, align it with the university strategic plan and other frameworks. We need to strengthen experiential and community-based learning, like in various departments or schools and all that. We should encourage professors, lecturers, and all that to take their students right in the field so that they can experience what is happening. Need to recognize indigenous knowledge keepers as co-researchers, lecturers, and advisors. Secure sustainable internal funding for indigenous knowledge, teaching, research, and outreach. Strengthen research capacity through grants, awards, and scholarship. Then diversify funding. Look at other funding organizations. Then embed IK in curricula, review curricula, and bring on board indigenous knowledge holders. And in various university committees and all that, we also need to bring on board the knowledge holders so that they can also contribute to the review of program with the indigenous knowledge lens. Then budget, university budgets should also be sensitive to budgeting for indigenous knowledge activities. Takeaway is the sustainability of AFRIAK lies not only in extending donor funding, but in embedding indigenous knowledge into the university's core mission of teaching, research, governance, and community engagement. So when IK becomes part of institutional policies, budgets, curricula, staff development, and partnership, it evolves from a funded project into a permanent pillar of academic excellence and societal transformation. I'm just sharing some of the pics. I've shared with Basure a documentary. It is too long. I don't know. Maybe later he can play it from the time fellows arrived. So just some pictures of experiential learning in classrooms without walls, during mentorship, during field visits, and all that. Some of the activities we engaged in. And just quickly, maybe to add on my additions, what made the fellowship very successful. We had sessions on shut up and write, whereby on every day actually on our program, we had a session dubbed Shut Up and Write. So after the day's experiences, fellows would write reflective journals, sit down like for 1 hour, you know, based on what they would have learned, improve their shut up, keep quiet, and they do what they write, improve their concepts. Weekly reports for monitoring and evaluation. So apart from them submitting reports to Codestria, they would also submit reports to the coordinator and the mentor, so that we would see how to improve what would happen the following week. Leadership, we had a president, a lady and a gentleman. You know, managing 30 people needed, you know, some kind of programmed leadership. So among the 30, we had the president, Mary from South Africa, and Robert from Malawi. Then we had fun moments. We danced together and did all sorts of things. Apart from that, we planted trees. All the 30 fellows have a tree representing their countries. Thank you very much. And thank you for listening.
Thank you to cut you off, but we really need to also have time for questions because you're almost at 25 minutes. So sorry about that. So let's move to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
Dumelang ma-Afrika a mantle. Dumelang South Africa. Maswera sei basikana ne bakomana beZimbabwe. Maswera, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to be presenting on our experience as Botswana Open University. And I must start by saying that one of the lessons that we have learned from the AFRIAK program is that indigenous knowledge is not something that we research about. It's something that we research with the communities. And AFRIAK has basically demonstrated that universities can become spaces where knowledge keepers, scholars, students, and communities work together as equal partners producing knowledge. And we really want to appreciate as Botswana Open University this opportunity, because I come from a very new university that transitioned from a college to an open university back in 2017. So we are trying to find grounding on a lot of things. So my presentation is going to focus on some of the lessons that we learned. Okay, my presentation is going to focus on some of the experiences and lessons that we learned, so that at the end of the day, we are able to say, from these experiences and from these lessons, how do we begin to institutionalize indigenous knowledge systems in our universities? But the first question that we need to ask ourselves is that, why should universities institutionalize indigenous knowledge? We have, throughout the 2 days, 3 days, talked about the context of our universities, that we privilege Eurocentric knowledge. And because we do that, we find ourselves treating communities as research subjects, as opposed to treating them as our partners in knowledge production. We have extractive tendencies. We collect information from these communities and hardly ever go back to the communities and share the findings of our research. So the AFRIAK program is basically asking us, how do universities become spaces where indigenous knowledge is co-produced rather than extracted? So when we got married to Codesria, we had the obligation, the mandate to raise this child called AFRIAK. And we were now supposed to start planning how do we move away from extraction to partnership, from treating communities as subjects to co-creation, from knowledge transfer to knowledge production. So first, what we did as Botswana Open University, we identified our stakeholders, the people whom were going to implement this AFRIAK program. We started with the communities. We identified the communities that we are going to visit, and the identification of the communities were based on the research fellows' topics. We categorized the topics into different themes, and from those themes, we're able to identify the communities that we wanted to engage with. We identified knowledge holders. We also identified policy developers, and in our case, we engaged with the Ministry of Knowledge and Communication. For the simple reason that this ministry is in charge of our IK policy, which is still under development in Botswana. And from engaging the stakeholders, we observed that knowledge actually can move from different directions. So the pathways of learning, this is how we implemented the AFRIAK. Of course, we started with the launch of the program. And in this launch of the program, we brought different stakeholders in one place to hold conversations about indigenous knowledge. Then we moved on to looking at indigenous methodology training, where we wanted to have a common grounding to say, what is it about indigenous methodologies? Then we moved on to, we exposed our fellows to the cultural governing system, which we call back home the Kotla. And I want to believe that most of us in Africa, we have that system. And the reason for engaging with the cultural system was for the fellows to appreciate the protocols, the taboos that govern the different communities that we visited. We then moved to the field, where we wanted now to start learning with the communities through participatory observation and dialogue. And from all these 4 stages, we then sat down with the fellows to make them reflect on their learnings, to make them make reflection in relation to the indigenous methodology training, in relation to the community experiences that they have had. Then we made them also reflect on that methodology to say, having been exposed to community engagement, what is it that you can do? How can you improve on your methodology from the concept note? And because of that, we are able to sit down as African fellows to learn from each other in terms of these methodologies. These are the places that we visited. We visited different places, and what I want to note in these visits is that each place was special in its own way, in the sense that there were different activities, there were different indigenous knowledge systems in the different places that we visited. Like I've said, the visits were informed by the topics that the fellows came with. So what are the major lessons that we learn from this implementing the AFRIAK program? So what we have learned is that knowledge is relational. And for you to gain knowledge from the communities or get knowledge, not extract. For you to get knowledge from the communities, you need to establish some relationship. You need to know the community, study the community. And this goes to say that we should not only go to the community when we want to do our research. We should establish long-term partnerships with the communities, so that when you go to the communities, they already know us. They are willing to work with us. The other thing that we have learned is that indigenous knowledge is place-based. In the previous days, we are told that indigenous knowledge cannot be generalized. So the different places that we have visited are indicative of that fact. Then we also learned that communities own the knowledge, and they can choose how and when to share the information. Then another lesson is that indigenous knowledge is culturally governed, and lastly, and is ethically shared. And the biggest lesson can be from the model of the knowledge keeper. Initially, when we implemented the AFRIAK program, what we did was that we identified 2 knowledge keepers, with the assumption that these 2 knowledge keepers are actually going to help us understand all the different communities that we visited. So this was a bit problematic in the sense that the other communities saw these knowledge keepers as outsiders. So it became a bit of a problem for us to access such communities. So going forward, what we want to do for the next cohort is to come up with multiple knowledge holders within each community that we are going to visit. So for universities that are trying to or want to institutionalize indigenous knowledge, these are the recommendations that we have come up with based on our experiences. So we want to recommend that universities must recognize knowledge holders as faculty partners, as opposed to knowledge holders as people who just give out information. We are also saying that we must embed indigenous methodologies in the curricula, budget for community participation, because if an activity is not budgeted for, we cannot engage in that activity. We must create knowledge laboratories, reward community engaged scholarship. This is to say, in our universities, in as much as we reward the publication of research, why can't we also reward community engagement in our university? Why can't we make this activity part of our performance contracts? So how do we sustain the momentum after AFRIAK? One, we need to incorporate indigenous knowledge into strategic plans and institutional policies, establish dedicated budget lines for community engaged research, embed indigenous research methodologies in academic programs. And we are also saying that after this, we want to maintain formal agreements with communities and knowledge keepers. That is the partnership I was talking about, to say, let us have long-term partnerships with the communities and not visit the communities only when we need to conduct our research. Also, we must integrate knowledge keepers into teaching supervision and research. And I know that a lot of us are going to challenge this, this proposal to say, how do we begin to work with indigenous people? How do we begin to work with IK knowledge keepers when they are not academics like us? It is possible. We can always find ways of making them part of our supervision. And lastly, support indigenous knowledge hubs and interdisciplinary research networks. At the moment, what we are doing at Botswana Open University, we have come up with a strategy, a partnership strategy that sort of takes the university to the communities in the different regions of Botswana. So that is going to need a lot of support in terms of planning and also in terms of budget lines. What are some of the key take homes? It is about institutionalizing indigenous knowledge. Is not about adding indigenous content to universities. It is about transforming universities into institutions that learn with the communities, share authority, co-produce, and advance epistemic justice. With that, that brings us to the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now listen to the last speaker, Professor Abuka.
Bonjour à tous. J'espère que les anglophones ont compris bonjour aussi. Et ils ont appris un mot quand même en français. Bon, moi, je n'ai pas de présentation comme les autres, mais je vais aller directement sur notre expérience avec les boursiers que nous avons reçus au niveau du Togo. Je voudrais d'abord dire que nous, au niveau de l'université, nous sommes le Centre ouest africain des services scientifiques sur le changement climatique et l'utilisation adaptée des terres. Et donc, c'est à ce titre que nous avons reçu les boursiers. Au niveau de l'université, disons que nous ne sommes pas les seuls centres. Nous avons également un centre d'excellence sur les villes durables avec lequel nous collaborons. Nous avons également d'autres centres, d'autres laboratoires qui interviennent dans les domaines concrets de la santé et donc nous avons également collaboré avec eux. quand nous avons reçu le contrat avec Codestria, vu le contenu du contrat, nous avons d'abord fait une étude pour identifier les détenteurs des savoirs endogènes, des savoirs autochtones. Et ceci en lien avec les thématiques que les boursiers veulent aborder. Et comme le dit le contrat, nous avons pu identifier 2, mais nous pensons qu'il y a d'autres personnes qui pouvaient intervenir pour aider les fellows pour pouvoir mieux faire le travail qu'ils veulent faire au niveau de notre hub. Et donc, nous avons associé également les chercheurs, les collègues enseignants-chercheurs au niveau des départements, généralement les départements de la santé, les départements de physiologie, parce que beaucoup des boursiers avaient des thématiques liées à la santé. Et donc, nous avons impliqué ces personnes-là. Nous avons également impliqué des chercheurs qui sont dans les sciences sociales, dans l'anthropologie, dans l'histoire. Et donc, c'est avec ce collège-là que nous avons entretenu les fellows pendant tout le temps qu'ils ont passé à Lomé. Quand ils sont venus le premier jour, nous avons déjà discuté des logements et heureusement, nous avons des logements individuels au niveau de l'université de Lomé qui étaient disponibles. Et donc, tous les boursiers étaient à l'université de Lomé, dans un centre appelé Village du Bénin. Et donc, il n'y avait pas eu de difficulté pour pouvoir conduire pour avoir de logements. Donc, ils sont dans l'université. Et quand ils sont venus, nous avons également fait un programme clé où il y a les questions de méthodologie. Parce que avant qu'ils ne viennent, il y a des questions qui nous sont posées sur comment entreprendre ces recherches pour tout ce qui concerne les connaissances autochtones. Et donc, nous avons mis en exergue aussi les collègues qui peuvent démontrer tous ces aspects-là. Il y a également une question, un clé, après avoir collecté les données, comment nous analysons ces données. Et donc, il y a eu aussi des séances de formation pour l'analyse des données. Nous avons aussi compris que les gardiens que nous avons sélectionnés, il y a eu lieu également de penser aux chefs traditionnels gardant des us et coutumes. Et donc, nous avons eu des séances avec des chefs qui ont aussi des connaissances endogènes qu'ils ont partagées avec les fellows. Nous, dans leur séjour, au cours de leur séjour également, comme nous avons sélectionné déjà des gardiens de savoir endogène, nous avons prévu des visites. Une première visite pour que les fellows prennent contact avec les gardiens et une deuxième phase de cette visite, c'est que les gardiens puissent intégrer ou rester avec ces gardiens de savoir pour mieux apprendre, pour mieux les questionner et comprendre ce qu'il y a lieu de faire. Donc, pour la première question, comme nous l'avons, les collègues l'ont déjà identifié, je voudrais dire que les points clés que nous avons retenus, c'est que cet accueil des étudiants a permis de faire valoir, de valoriser les connaissances endogènes dans le domaine de la santé traditionnelle, dans le domaine de l'agroécologie et dans le domaine de l'éducation. Parce que certains ont choisi des thèmes, comment intégrer. Je crois que les thèmes de recherche aussi ont parlé de cela. Comment intégrer l'éducation des connaissances endogènes dans la formation à l'université. Et donc, ce sont des points clés très importants, des leçons apprises qui ont permis de faire valoir les connaissances endogènes. Et il faut dire que les gardiens de savoir endogène ont été très émus, très contents qu'ils sont considérés, hein, dans les travaux de recherche des universitaires. Ce séjour des gardiens a également confirmé une dynamique intergénérationnelle, parce que j'ai entendu des gens, des collègues qui ont parlé aujourd'hui, hein, de la décolonisation des savoirs, et on se demandait qu'est-ce qu'il y a lieu de faire. Mais aujourd'hui, nous pensons qu'il y a une dynamique intergénérationnelle. Hein, avec vous aujourd'hui, vous allez interagir avec des communautés qui ont de longues expériences, qui ont une existence assez grande avant vous. Et donc, il y a cette dynamique qui a été maintenue. Il y a le rôle indispensable que doit jouer cette transdisciplinarité, en abordant des sujets ayant un ancrage dans les savoirs endogènes. Tout ceci n'a pas été sans difficulté, parce que sur le plan méthodologique, c'est vrai, aujourd'hui, vous avez des informations sur comment conduire vos recherches, comment vous-même vous devez vous conduire pour pouvoir récolter ou collecter les données. Mais la partie méthodologique, lorsque vous serez sur le terrain, quelles sont les données que vous devez collecter? Je pense que ça a été aussi une difficulté, mais à la fin, avec les collègues, nous avons pu quand même les résoudre. Et il est d'une complexité notoire de formaliser et de légitimer scientifiquement les savoirs endogènes, souvent non formels. Mais je pense que ce que nous avons entendu ici aujourd'hui nous permettra de mieux saisir cette opportunité et de collecter effectivement des données. Il y a aussi les défis qui sont liés à l'étude des objets ayant une dimension sacrée. Ça, nous l'avons su lorsque nous avons visité un gardien de savoir qui nous demande est-ce que réellement les boursiers veulent apprendre ce qu'ils connaissent, ce qu'ils détiennent comme savoir. Et nous avons tous répondu oui, mais il dit le oui n'est pas véritablement la réponse qu'il fallait, parce que les boursiers ou tous ceux qui veulent savoir quelque chose sur leur connaissance doivent avoir une particularité. Et cette particularité, c'est qu'ils doivent être prêts à apprendre. Et c'est pour dire que parfois, il y a des initiations qui vous permettent de pouvoir collecter ces données, d'être initié, d'être plus proche de pouvoir collecter ces données. Donc, on est aussi confronté à cette situation. Et les boursiers également venaient de différents horizons, avec des thématiques différentes. Et la conciliation de ces différentes thématiques avec les gardiens de savoir et relevant de toutes les thématiques a été un défi. Un défi parce que la programmation pour rencontrer tous les acteurs ou tous les gardiens au même moment a été très difficile pour nous. Nous pensons que lorsque nous aurons prochainement les contrats, il va falloir discuter, voir comment nous allons ensemble, déjà en ayant les thèmes, nous pouvons déjà voir quels sont les gardiens qui peuvent intervenir pour aider les fellows à collecter les données. Il y a aussi une difficulté clé, c'est la collecte des données elles-mêmes. Parce que les fellows voudraient, à la sortie ou lorsqu'ils finissent leur séjour, ils peuvent maintenant rédiger un article ou un policy brief. Entre autres, je voudrais dire que les fellows ont également subi une formation en rédaction des policy briefs. Et donc, la difficulté primordiale, c'est la question de collecter des données suffisantes Parce que vous ne pouvez pas collecter les données chez 3 personnes ou 2 personnes et penser l'utiliser pour rédiger un article. Et nous pensons qu'il faut collecter des données au-delà de 2 personnes. Là a été une difficulté également. En ce qui concerne les interactions, également, nous pouvons dire que ces interactions avec les fellows ont permis de mettre en lumière des réalités suivantes. En rapport avec la recherche, il apparaît la faible adoption de la transdisciplinarité dans l'étude des réalités afférentes aux questions sociales et environnementales. Et en effet, le fait d'avoir rassemblé anthropologues, historiens, environnementalistes, écologistes, agronomes, comme mentors autour des boursiers provenant de divers domaines de connaissances a permis de découvrir à travers l'approche de regard croisé toute la richesse qu'il y a à recourir à la transdisciplinarité quand il s'agit d'étudier les problèmes sociaux. En ce qui concerne l'engagement communautaire, les interactions ont permis de comprendre les limites de l'ancrage, communautaire des travaux de recherche universitaire, étant donné que les logiques communautaires ne sont pas toujours prises en compte, dans les travaux de recherche. Les gardiens des savoirs endogènes nous ont rappelé cette réalité et à maintes reprises et ont plaidé pour une collaboration très rapprochée entre les structures de recherche universitaires et les unités détentrices des savoirs locaux. Des collaborations sont nées, ça ce sont des éléments intéressants pour cette initiative. C'est que des fellows ont trouvé, par exemple, des laboratoires pour revenir conduire certaines de leurs recherches dans ces laboratoires. Et donc, des collaborations sont nées entre les boursiers, les enseignants-chercheurs et les gardiens. Et je voudrais dire que, pour finir, il y a des intégrations dans les instances de gouvernance et de définition des axes de priorité de recherche. Cette année, par exemple, dans les travaux de recherche et généralement les colloques scientifiques que nous lançons au niveau de l'Université de Lomé, la question clé aujourd'hui, ou le thème clé aujourd'hui, c'est comment utiliser les connaissances endogènes pour pouvoir développer les communautés. Et donc aujourd'hui, il y a cette thématique-là qui est abordée dans les travaux de recherche au niveau de l'Université de Lomé. Au même moment, il y a aussi des colloques qui sont prévus sur cette thématique. C'est-à-dire que au niveau des universités, cette question des connaissances endogènes prend de plus en plus d'ampleur. Et cette initiative avec ODCA nous permettra de mieux conduire ces travaux de recherche et trouver des résultats pour pouvoir développer nos communautés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I think we had 4 great presentations from 4 different hub coordinators. Please help me thank them. I just wanted to say 2 things because during the residency as Codesria, we visited the hubs, some of the hubs. We went there, we couldn't go to all of the hubs, but visited, I would say, most of the hubs. And 2 things we noticed. One thing is, the first thing is how eager what we call the knowledge keepers were to share their knowledge. not, give away their knowledge, but to collaborate. Let's say how eager they were to collaborate with academia, with universities, with fellows. And in many of those hubs, we met with IK keepers. They were really happy, and happy even saying that, oh, this is the first time we have researchers coming to us, and our daughters, our sons coming to talk to us about our local knowledge, and they were really happy to talk to them, exchange with them. So that's one thing we noticed. The second things I wanted to talk about is also about networking between hubs. One thing is for fellows to go to hubs, but another thing we are expecting from hubs is also to talk to each other, to network, to create this network of hubs across Africa, working around knowledge, African knowledge or indigenous knowledge. The best way to institutionalize IK is actually for those different centers to talk to each other across Africa, from South Africa to North Africa to West Africa, Eastern Africa, etc. So that's one of the things we are also expecting from the hubs. We have a few minutes, about 10, 15 minutes for questions. But before going to question, I would like to also give 1 or 2 minutes to Michelle to share some of her experience. Michelle was a mentor, and she visited also some of the hubs to share some of her experience visiting hubs. Michelle, thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Are you this dull this morning? How are you? Because after that presentation, I really want to go to all the hubs. I've been given 1 minute. So let me just say, he gave me 2 minutes notice because he knows me and 1 minute to speak. First of all, I just want to say thank you. I think for me, the richest thing about listening to the hubs and also of my experience was how much the hubs have to learn from each other. And if I had a question to ask each one of you, it would be, what have you learned from another hub? Either something you hadn't considered or something that was new. I think for me, I went to the Botswana hub. I was very sorry because I missed the trip. And it was only meeting with the fellows afterwards that I actually, I think, fully understood why it was so important. Remember, I told you guys, I spent three months many years ago doing a similar experience. But I was reminded why it was so important to extend this experience into that experience. Because especially for the Botswana hub, I think what was very different was that they spent about half their time out on the road. They literally spent the first week in Gaborone, then they went for 2 weeks. And those of you who heard the spaces that she mentioned, they literally were going around the country. And when you're on the road with other people, it's not only extremely tiring, but there's a lot of learning that is happening experientially. And you're moving from spaces, so they may be all going to Gotla, but they're all very different. And so listening to the experiences of learning from the mentors, from the fellows, how much they learned from each other. Let me just give you, ladies, please carry skirts and dresses when you're going, because it was small things like that we had fellows who only wear trousers, right? And then they go there and then they're told you have to dress in a particular way. You have to act in a particular way. And people having to deal with their own personal principles, ethics, their body being tired and saying, today I don't feel like, I have done this many visits, can I just sleep in? And it gave people a chance to experience truly what fieldwork was like. The other thing I absolutely loved about being at BOU, if you listen to the contrasts, for example, if you move from Durban, which is a very well-established hub, has established relationships, established programs. I think yesterday we were listening also to the hub that Pinky was talking about. In contrast with a hub that is beginning to explore new relationships, new centers across an entire country. There was so much to learn, even for me. I was only there for about a week. And it was from day 1 to day 5. I didn't feel like I had gone to teach. I felt like I had gone to learn. So let me just encourage you. I've listened also to what the other hubs were doing. I'm engaged a little bit with the one in Kenya. And every hub, even listening to the fellows afterwards, when we did the midterm institute, every hub was such a different experience. So let me also encourage you while you're here to build relationships with people who are not in your group, and then keep those relationships going through the entire experience so that you're not just learning from your own hub and what there is to be there, but you're learning across. And please bear in mind that the fact that something is happening in another hub, but not at your hub, shouldn't make you feel like I'm missing out. It should make you feel like we are all expanding this experience. So there are things I am learning that other people on the fellowship are not experiencing. How can I learn from that? And how can I then give feedback in a way that makes this whole experience for everybody really better? But merci, merci, merci beaucoup, parce que c'était une très bonne expérience pour moi et j'espère aussi pour vous.
Merci beaucoup. I did not plan this, but I think we should also we should do this and take, you know, the lunch break maybe 5 or 10 minutes later than what was planned, because I want to give the microphone to each mentors in the room to also, not for too long, you know, 30 seconds, 1 minute, share their experience going, visiting the fellows in their hubs. That will also give you another perspective. So before I come to the fellows, I'll do it to the tab with the mentors to share their experiences going, visiting fellows into the hubs. So don't be too long, please, but just get to the point. So I'll start with, Prof. Kelbesa and then Prof. Fatoumata Anne, please.
Merci. Ah, allez-y.
Start with Prof. Kelbesa, Fatoumata Anne, Dr. Santao, and then we come on my left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank all 4 speakers for hosting young African scholars. I just would like to encourage you to keep a very good work. In particular, I would like to thank Dr. Lucy Mandela. I was in Kakamega, and I noted that she established a highly supportive, productive, and well-structured work environment for the fellows. I was there in the morning. They had to take some kind of exercise, and all of them were very, very happy. I also enjoyed visiting Kakamega, and I hope that those of you who are going to join Dr. Lucy will have a very productive and at the same time fruitful environment. So I just would like to encourage you, Dr. Lucy, to keep up a very good work. She's a very friendly lady and one of the best coordinators I've ever seen. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais remercier les présentateurs. J'ai fait l'expérience du Togo. La première chose que j'ai regrettée, c'est le peu de temps que j'ai passé là-bas. On m'avait dit que j'allais être en 3 et 5 jours et je pense que je n'ai fait que 3 jours et ça, c'était dommage. J'en apprends pour cette année. Je vais m'organiser pour être plus long. C'est-à-dire que, après, ce que je voulais dire également, c'est que il y a quand même quelques précautions à prendre. Docteur Komi, vous vous rappelez, il y a des groupes qui pensaient que à l'intérieur du hub, dans le lieu d'accueil, il n'y avait pas de détenteur de savoir. Donc, c'est-à-dire que considérer le hub comme le premier lieu d'apprentissage par rapport au sujet que vous avez, c'est quelque chose d'important. Les détenteurs de savoir ne sont pas forcément très loin. Ils ne sont pas forcément vieux non plus, parce que quelquefois, il y a cette idée de oui, on va chercher des vieux pour... Non, enfin, ce sont peut-être des choses assez évidentes, mais qu'il est important de dire. L'autre chose que je voulais dire, c'est, et peut-être qu'on aura l'occasion d'en discuter en après-midi, dire ce qui est attendu quand on arrive dans les hubs, que les fellows sachent qu'est-ce qu'on attend d'eux en termes de production, qui sont en termes de manière de travailler, en termes de manière de faire, et pour pouvoir anticiper sur les résultats. On poursuivra ce débat cet après-midi. En tout cas, merci beaucoup et je serai ravie de retourner au Togo et de visiter les autres hubs. Merci.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I visited 2 hubs, one in UKZN and another one in Masinde Muliro University. UKZN, I was hosted by Dr. Maya. I really enjoyed the program, but I did not visit the Northwest University. I came when they had already visited, and I think that is something I missed. But otherwise, I learned from the fellows what they got when they visited Northwest University. Dr. Maya had really organized a good program for the fellows, and I think the fellows going to that hub will learn a lot. I also learned a lot. What I also found was that the fellows were very respectful. They were seeing me as a mother and grandmother and giving me all the respect, which you would not expect from young generation, but they were very respectful. I was very much impressed by the program there. Something, what I learned as a doctor there is that the people there, there's a way they treat very sick people. If a person is very sick, I was told they use animals to treat very sick people, like they slaughter a sheep and give the very highly digested material from the sheep to the very sick person. This for me mirrors how we give drips, protein infusions, fat infusions in the hospital. So the traditional healers also knew some science. They might not be able to explain it, but they knew. So that people who are going to be hosted by Dr. Maya, you are going to be very lucky. I visited Masinde Muliro. I didn't spend a lot of time. Lucy, she had so many children, but she had a way of organizing them. And for her, it worked a lot. I met the knowledge holders there. There is an old man there who was 94 years old, but you could think he's 60 because he's very energetic, using indigenous food, sharing his knowledge with people. He didn't mind sharing his knowledge with people. So those being hosted by Lucy, you are going to be very lucky people. Thank you very much.
So let's move to Jack.
Oui, merci, cher Lawani. Moi, je suis arrivé à Dakar, c'était au mois de mars. Évidemment, je ne regrette pas d'avoir passé peu de jours parce que je suis presque chaque année à Dakar, presque tout le temps. Mais ce que j'ai regretté, c'est que ce séjour qui a été court ne m'a pas vraiment permis de faire des choses que je voulais faire avec mes mentorés. Hein, parce que je crois peut-être qu'il faudra qu'on essaie un peu de repenser à ça. Hein, c'est une recommandation. Est-ce qu'il faut qu'on essaie d'allonger le nombre de jours, 5 à une semaine, peut-être? Mais au-delà de ça, j'ai trouvé des choses intéressantes. D'abord, on a pu se rendre compte que les savoirs endogènes ont aussi une dimension entrepreneuriale. Et ça, c'est très important parce que on est arrivé à des situations où on était en présence des détenteurs de savoirs endogènes capables de produire des savons, n'est-ce pas, qui traitent des maladies, c'est-à-dire des savons, comment est-ce qu'on appelle ça, des savons carrément à dimension pharmaceutique, mais produits à base des plantes. Et des savons, il ne s'agit pas d'une production artisanale, mais il s'agit là d'une production industrielle. Et ça m'a beaucoup étonné. Et ça m'a permis d'établir ce lien-là en disant que les savoirs autochtones, ou bien les recherches qui portent sur ces savoirs, ne nous permettent pas seulement de mettre des clés pour la mise en place des politiques publiques, mais elles ont aussi cette dimension entrepreneuriale, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut arriver à partir des savoirs détenus par certaines personnes à une forme de démocratisation de ces savoirs, de telle sorte que un grand nombre de personnes détenant ces savoirs peut favoriser la mise en place de structures de production, n'est-ce pas, et qui permettent de favoriser un développement local dans des milieux reculés où les gens n'ont pas accès à certains produits, mais qui seraient produits par ces communautés. Et ça, je crois que ça reflète ce que nous disons depuis que nous avons commencé ici, le fait que les savoirs endogènes doivent nous permettre de mettre en place des politiques ancrées dans nos réalités locales, n'est-ce pas, et portées par des acteurs de terrain. Donc, cette dimension m'a beaucoup intéressé. Et puis, on a visité aussi un jardin botanique très important à quelques kilomètres de Dakar, où j'ai trouvé une organisation formidable, n'est-ce pas? Et je crois que toutes ces choses-là, ce sont des acquis sur lesquels nous devons bâtir maintenant des recherches, en fait, des séjours futurs pour voir comment nous pouvons les mettre à profit et éventuellement aller vers de l'avant avec ce programme. De manière générale, ce fut une expérience très, très positive et très enrichissante. Mais qu'on essaie de revoir un peu le nombre de jours, hein, ça serait important.
Merci, professeur Santi.
Thank you very much. I went to Ghana and I had a great time with the people. They were very hospitable. The Ghanaians were very hospitable, and the fellows themselves were very loving, friendly towards one another, which was beautiful. I just want to say that, and I keep on hearing this all the time, that you know, that we must be respectful, but we must understand that being respectful to the communities that we go to is not the same thing as being obsequious. Questioning is not a sign of being disrespectful. And I hear all the time here that, you know, especially women must make sure that when they go, fine, so maybe now, but it must not be something that must be entrenched in our minds, that there shall always be restrictions imposed on women. These kinds of impositions must be interrogated themselves, and we must begin to establish where they come from. And we'll find that these restrictions, especially on dress codes, have got nothing to do with African culture. They've got everything to do with Christianization and Islamization, or rather Arabization and Europeanization. They've got nothing to do with us. You know, and so we must go there with that kind of a questioning attitude. When we speak about, in our culture, I don't understand what husband and wife means. But I know that when a young man is going to get a wife, he's being told that, oh, a woman is going to accept the husband in the family. You are going to get umlingane in my language. In other languages, sisute kimulikane. In other words, it's an equal, there's an equal relationship that exists. And so we must interrogate these kinds of things and not accept them as that, because if we don't do that, we're going to perpetuate this false narrative that our languages carry patriarchal attitudes, our languages carry sexist approaches, and all of that, as if Sheikh Anta Diop did not tell us that African culture is matriarchal. And Diop was a Muslim, but he said that we said, no, but it was Christianity. the way it was interpreted. It was Islam, the way it was interpreted, that brought patriarchy to us.
Thank you. Professor.
Thank you very much. I visited the Ethiopian Hub, and it's located within the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. Ethiopia is a beautiful place. Addis Ababa is a very beautiful place. I am considering relocating from Nigeria. I spent a very short time with them, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I'm congratulating ahead those fellows that will be going to Addis Ababa. One of the things that you will engage with, which my mentees with the first cohort did, is that confluence of religion, indigeneity, and history. Your understanding of what the indigenous and indigeneity means will be challenged thoroughly, because you are going to engage with the depth of religious manifestation within that society. And we are talking of a Christianity that goes way back to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, okay, that connects the Solomonic tradition with Queen Sheba, and how their marriage or their dalliance gave birth to King Menelik I, and then down the line to Haile Selassie, you know. So all the things that you believe about indigeneity, when you get into that society, you will be involved in a lot of conceptual and theoretical debate as to what indigeneity means. And it is going to, you know, ruffle your concepts and your theories. But outside of that, it is a very beautiful place. You are going to have fun. There are also limitations, because right now, for instance, I think there is a travel advisory. I think there's a state of emergency, I'm not sure. The Tigray region, you know, there's been an ongoing war in the Tigray region, and also. So those who were there for the first cohort were not able to move in the same way those in the Botswana region were able to move across the country. But we were still able to engage, you know, with the multiple understanding of indigenous knowledge system. So it's a very beautiful, I had fun there. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Mutemi.
Thank you, everyone. And I think I didn't get to congratulate the fellows when I was speaking on day one. So I was based at the KwaZulu University of KwaZulu-Natal hub. And I want to ask Codestra the basis of why my fellow mentors went to Ghana and I stayed at home. So, but anyway, we had a wonderful time. I had a wonderful time with the fellows. And as has been said, and I echo that, Mayashri just organized with Prof. Kaya an excellent, excellent program for the fellows. So they were both, yes, in KwaZulu-Natal, which has a very rich, as many of you know, Zulu history. And they also traveled beyond that province, that particular, for some of you might, you know, understand the concept of a state. So they moved around as well. But I think what was really wonderful for me, so for me, it was the first time that I met my students. So it was that initial face-to-face and just the warmth and the love that was there, but also that Pan-African connection. You know, it's always just a real, I think we must never take that for granted. So seeing fellows who are coming from Ghana, Nigeria, coming from, you know, Kenya, Uganda, coming together and us having these conversations together We had colleagues from Cameroon as well, and fellows beginning to really connect with each other, find ways of supporting each other as well, finding these cross-cutting potential collaborative projects that they could undertake together. In fact, some of my group were people who have now published, they are working on publishing together. They've invited each other to their different spaces, whether it's a university, because of course some fellows are practitioners and come from outside the university. So really just that for me was one of, the most exciting, was seeing fellows collaborating with each other, starting to formulate friendships and encounters as well. I do want to just also, talk about the particularity of South Africa as a country and that particular space of the IK Center. So we have two cultural sort of, the tensions of institutional power, access, and competing kinds of heritages. So I can't remember the other center. It's not the Gandhi Center, it is. So you have the Gandhi Center and the Indigenous Knowledge System Center sitting side by side. So what was interesting for me, just from an institutional point of view, and I think it would cut across, not just in South Africa, of what happens with when there are these competing, and complementary to some extent, heritages and questions around power and space and institutional access, particularly with something like IKS, which is ironically something that is new to the institution. And I've been hearing that even in in institutions in West and East Africa, this is also the case. So that was an interesting, I think, institutional, lesson that we did speak about as well in our group as fellows, this idea of diversity and contestations around IK spaces in the universities. But also I wanted to also raise the issue of, communicating with knowledge holders. And this idea maybe from fellows, there's always, I don't know, yes, the respect is there, but we maybe because we're also moving from privileged spaces that knowledge holders have a right to tell us what they tell us. No, they don't. So this respect of also, I think, sovereignty of community knowledge is very important, that there are issues of distrust that have been formed between institutions and communities. And so when you're moving and it's for a short period of time, there's all that history, there's all those layers as well that you move, that you're navigating through. So how, as what was said, how and what they share is really completely at the prerogative of communities, I recognize that one of the most exciting things for the fellows is when they went to the Muti market. So they went to this open Muti medicinal market in KwaZulu-Natal, and for many of them, they hadn't seen anything like that. So that was interesting because I always assumed in Western East Africa that these would be, South Africa being the last country to be liberated, that, these kinds of, so that those things we learned as well, is what I'm trying to say. As mentors, I was learning with the fellows.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to have a few minutes. It's almost 2, but it's fine because it's Friday and it's the last day, and tomorrow we have a great day going somewhere, so we can take more of your energy today. But we'll go to lunch late, we'll come back late, but the afternoon will also be short. I'll tell you the program soon. So I'll take about 10 minutes of questions, okay, from fellows to the hub coordinators, and then before we go to lunch. So be really to the point. I won't let someone speak more than 30 seconds. So I have 1 hand, 2 hands back there. I want 5. If I can take 5, that's fine. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. accounted for, and 5. Okay. So I'll start with back.
Bonjour à tous. Alors, je suis Akomio Sarah de la Côte d'Ivoire. Ma question était de savoir, pendant dans les hubs, pardon, étant donné que nous avons des champs d'application différents et sûrement nos populations d'études sont différentes, est-ce que c'est pendant ces 1 mois-là que nous allons collecter les données pour notre travail, donc les données que nous allons analyser? Ça veut dire en fonction de chaque thème, nous allons collecter les données sur place et une fois qu'on rentre, on va les analyser ou ce sera d'une manière différente. Et la deuxième question, c'est de savoir si les activités sont adaptées en fonction des thèmes de chaque personne. Merci.
Merci. Le prochain.
Everyone, my name is Julian. I come from Madagascar. So my question is, how can fellows become agents of institutional change when they return to universities that may not yet recognize the indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
Next one, please.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je félicite les différents présentateurs, autant pour moi, pour leur qualité de présentation. Ma question s'adresse à la première présentatrice qui disait que production de connaissances, quand on le dit, on pense à la recherche. Donc, j'aimerais vraiment qu'elle m'explique ce qu'elle pense de la production de savoir, bien sûr, qui fait allusion au savoir endogène et autochtone. Je vous remercie.
Merci. The next one.
OK, bonsoir. Et ma question est pour l'ensemble des panélistes. Je voudrais savoir, au cours des visites aux détenteurs du savoir, est-ce que vous arrivez concrètement à identifier ce que représentent ces savoirs à ces détenteurs-là? Merci.
Merci. The last one. There was one last hand. No one? Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matilda. I just wanted to ask the coordinators if some of the activities across the orbs are designed based on the specific topics that each fellow has. And I understand that in different groups, fellows have been assigned not strictly based on topic, but like, for instance, my group, they are fellows that are working on climate, ecology, another on like literature. So are there activities designed based on these like specificities?
Thank you. And then I'll take the last one over there. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm a potential fellow. Yes. I want to just, out of experience, comment on the tension between what I often term institutional and local community culture, because that's something that we deal with quite a lot. Recently, I had to stand in front of the whole community to, in order to render apologies to the Ngozi because he felt disrespected by some of us in the undertaking of our duties. Because of the disconnect between what they deem respect and what our own institution sees as respect, we had to very gently and respectfully disagree, but at the same time still had to render a cow as a gesture of the affirmation or reaffirmation of our respect to the Nkosi, recognizing that they felt disrespected. He felt disrespected. So it's something that one has to always work with, and as much as possible, try to render respect to the community while not going against the policies of your institution as well as those of your funders and whatnot. So it's a whole set of negotiation that needs to be done. I see the same negotiation that has to be extended when you are being required to wear a dress rather than a pair of pants when you go to talk to the local community elders. I think for logistical purposes and understanding, there'll always be some of these disjunctures and difficulties, tensions. Let's do that. Let's respect what we are being requested to do, and then go back per Professor Susanti, and in our research, in our analysis, then question these. Also understanding that there's been a lot of negotiation within the culture itself with respect to symbols of respect. So sometimes something that does not directly seem to suggest respect or a direct link to culture might actually simply be a question of symbolism. And so we need to do that work without necessarily going against the community as such. That at least is what I plead we do. Last point. I've been listening with a lot of interest to the feedback, and I really am also very much impressed and thankful for all the work that has been done. For purposes of AFRIAK as a project, I think one area that we might want to revisit is just the area of policy landscape, given the differences in the policy landscape across the different, and that when we consolidate that, then we'll be able to better enable the research. A second area in that respect is that of funding. We've talked about how difficult it can be to fund this research. Now we want to sustain the research. Let's also harvest from the information that we are getting from the various hubs, from the different universities or institutions that have been getting funding in this area. I've noted some that were up there. I want to add the Wellcome Trust. We get a lot of funding from Wellcome Trust. It might not be deemed indigenous knowledge as such, but one area, for example, is the medical humanities that doesn't get a lot of funding submissions from Africa. That would be one. The second is Wellcome Trust is actually in the process of looking to probably set up something around indigenous knowledge, if not traditional medicine. They brought together a team, a meeting. They brought together people to a meeting 2 years ago. And so they're still working on this. Look out for that, see whether you can get involved and put in submissions, because Wellcome Trust gives really considerable amounts of money once they decide to fund research. And finally, the Gates Foundation is also working towards putting up some funding towards programs in this area. They've just finished with their meeting, their strategic planning meeting in South Africa some 3 months ago. So it's another one to look out for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I give the microphone to each one of you, I wanted to quickly give an answer to the first question, which I think relate to how the program works. I'm going to give the answer in French since it was asked by a French speaker. So I'll wait for you to put your headset because it's an important question. Donc, je vais répondre à la question sur la collecte des données, avec les détenteurs de savoir. Et c'est très important de faire la différence entre les données que vous allez collecter pendant le mois de résidence et les données que vous collectez dans le cadre de votre note conceptuelle. OK? Les données, les outputs, tendons, à la fin du programme AFRIAK, c'est les outputs qui proviennent de votre note conceptuelle. Et quand vous avez écrit votre note conceptuelle, vous ne connaissiez pas encore le hub dans lequel vous allez aller. Vous ne savez pas qui est-ce que vous allez rencontrer là-bas. Donc, la note conceptuelle que vous avez soumise, c'est elle que vous allez suivre jusqu'à la fin. Les résultats que vous allez présenter proviennent de la note conceptuelle que vous avez soumise et pour laquelle vous avez été sélectionné. Alors, pourquoi vous allez dans le hub? Vous irez dans le hub, c'est juste pour confronter, OK, ce que vous avez comme savoir autochtone dans votre milieu, là où vous faites vous-même votre recherche, avec ce qui se passe ailleurs. C'est pour vous donner cette expérience-là de ce qui se fait ailleurs, pour pouvoir peut-être re-questionner ce que vous faites chez vous. OK? Donc, vous aurez la chance de pouvoir rencontrer des gens, soit des détenteurs de savoir endogène, mais aussi des gens qui travaillent dans l'Europe, des mentors, des chercheurs qui travaillent sur des sujets similaires aux vôtres et qui vont vous apporter d'autres points de vue. OK? Pendant que vous y allez aussi avec des gens, d'autres fellows. Donc, l'idée des hubs, c'est vraiment de pouvoir avoir un autre point de vue pour enrichir ce que vous faites chez vous, dans votre zone, dans votre communauté, par rapport à votre note conceptuelle. Okay? Donc, les données que vous allez collecter au niveau du hub pendant le mois de résidence, ça va juste vous servir quand on va faire le Midterm Institute, on vous demandera à un moment donné de présenter une analyse de ces données-là. Mais ça n'a rien à voir avec la note conceptuelle sur laquelle vous allez travailler tout au long du fellowship. C'est pour ça que je disais le premier jour que vous aurez, ou normalement vous êtes censé déjà avoir des détenteurs de savoir autochtones dans votre propre communauté avec lesquels vous travaillez, OK, et qui vont vous servir pour votre note conceptuelle. Donc, il faut faire la séparation de les deux. C'était l'éclaircissement que je voulais vous faire. Si ce n'est pas clair, on pourra en reparler à la pause ou plus tard. Merci. So, I will give, je continue, je vais donner 2 minutes à chacun pour répondre aux questions. On est déjà bien au-delà du temps, mais ce n'est pas grave. Mais je vais vous donner chacun 2 minutes et ce n'est pas la peine de vraiment tout répondre, puisque après il y aura une rencontre où vous allez aller plus en détail. Mais c'est vraiment répondre à ce qui est important et conclure. Donc, 2 minutes à chacun et je vous coupe si vous dépassez 1 minute 59 secondes. Merci.
I'm waiting for the translator to finish, so I have 2 minutes. All right, so I won't repeat that the programs are customized to the cohort that is visiting, so we will try to address as many of your needs as possible. In terms of agent of institutional change, yes, we'll expose you to certain templates and various systems and processes that we have, and that will help and will continuously support you in terms of developing that idea that you would like to institutionalize in your institutions. When it came to the issue of knowledge production, my question was, what is your understanding of knowledge production and where do you think it happens, so that you're able to identify it when you are in the field? Because depending on who you ask, there is a very different understanding, very multiple ways of knowing of what is knowledge production. And from that perspective, you find that if you think of the nature, the philosophy of knowledge from an African perspective, you've been hearing the words relational, collective, dynamic. So you might think that there is a certain knowledge that has been developed around a certain type of medicine, for example, or a certain type of weather predicting mechanism. But you'll find that over the generations, that knowledge is being continuously refined and re-understood within those communities, and that leads way to the nature of that knowledge. And then I just wanted to just build a little bit on what Doctor has said about, involving yourself and adhering to certain protocols. You even have, when you go to some communities, some of the gifts you give, it's not a gift, it's like a tribute out of respect. But then you find that when we talk about knowledge is not neutral, situations are never neutral. If you take the same kind of tribute and go to the bank, someone would think that you are corrupt. And I think putting things in perspective is quite interesting, and it's something that you interrogate. And then the last thing I want to address within my 2 minutes is the idea of what did we learn new from each other. Other than the different institutional arrangements that we have as universities, it allowed me, from knowing that Botswana is quite a relatively new university, it allowed us to even continuously visit even the South African new universities like Sol Plaatje University, University of Mpumalanga, to understand how they are quite uniquely positioned to bring something new as part of their origins of that institution. And so those are things that we are also learning from new institutions that are intellectual hubs.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste répondre à la question qui consiste à savoir, lorsque vous êtes au niveau des robes, qu'est-ce que vous faites? Quelles sont les activités qui sont relatives à votre thème? Effectivement, selon l'expérience que nous avons eue, nous avons reçu plusieurs étudiants qui ont plusieurs thématiques. Et donc, ce que nous faisons pour que chaque boursier puisse collecter des données relatives à son thème, c'est de le mettre en contact avec les détenteurs de ces connaissances-là. Et donc, tous les étudiants, que ce soit en éducation, que ce soit en santé, que ce soit en agroécologie, nous les mettons en contact avec ces personnes-là pour qu'ils puissent collecter les données dont ils ont besoin. Maintenant, il y a une question aussi qui consiste à savoir que représentent ces savoirs endogènes au niveau de ces gardiens de savoir. En réalité, ce que nous avons constaté, il y en a qui utilisent ces savoirs pour, surtout en santé, pour traiter des gens qui sont malades. Donc, c'est une sorte d'activité pour eux. Il y a certains qui me produisent même des produits pour le massage. Et le massage, lorsque vous avez des rhumatismes, il y en a qui produisent. C'est-à-dire que les savoirs endogènes sont utilisés, comme quelqu'un le disait tout à l'heure, à des fins entrepreneuriales, ou certains gardent juste pour transmettre à leur génération. Donc, voilà ce que je voulais dire par rapport à ces deux questions qui sont posées. Merci.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to attempt to answer the question on whether the program is tailor-made according to your topics. To some extent, the answer is yes, in the sense that though it was really difficult for us to cater for each and every question, I mean, each and every topic for the fellows, we managed to categorize the topics into themes. And from those themes, we were able to identify places that were, or communities that could give you information in relation to the themes that we have identified. So yes, the program will be tailor-made according to your specific needs in terms of your research topics.
Okay, thank you. On the same, in our hub, we received the topics for the fellows who are coming. So we customized the program in line with the various research topics for the fellows. And also that went along with the selection of the indigenous knowledge holders and the academic experts. And that is why in our model, we had what we called thematic seminars. And those thematic seminars were basically based on the various 5 thematic areas for the fellows. So the indigenous knowledge holders would speak on the topics based on the indigenous knowledge aspect, methodologies, the theories. Then we also had academic experts who brought in the scientific or academic view. Then Professor Pinky talked about the mismatch or the contentious issues to do with the university and the protocols in the field. Again, that goes with the program. Like in my hub, we identified the various sites we were going to visit before the fellows came. So in the information pack, we had identified the required protocols, the dress code and all that. So before they arrived, they already knew what to carry. And even before going to the field, we had a brief on what they were expected of in the various sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was just one last thing. I haven't heard any one of the hubs talked about it, but I thought it was important. You might have further discussions later on, but it's about also, I don't know how to put it, but not always being at ease where you will go. The ability to say, okay, I won't be at home, so I might not have everything I'm having at home in terms of, I might even go somewhere where I don't have clean water. I might go somewhere where, the floor is dirty. So I need to adapt, so also the ability for the fellows to adapt when they go into a hub and accept that, okay, here we are in Azalai Hotel, Codesra is doing everything to put you at ease. But when you go to your hub, don't be 100% sure that you'll be somewhere luxurious, quote to quote. You have to accept that, oh, the accommodation I'm having might not be at my accommodation in my, hometown or where I'm coming from. The country I'm going to, it's Africa. And we should accept that it's our house everywhere we go. And if I'm a researcher and I go somewhere, and even if I'm not a researcher, as an African, when I go to visit someone, I'll accept what they have. As this is the best they can give to me. So for me, it should also be, as long as they are welcoming me, I should accept that this is the best they can give to me, and I'll accept that. I might be sitting on a golden chair or, a dirty floor. It's fine for me. So as a researcher, we have to go to the hubs with open mind and accept that, everywhere is not as where we are coming from. That's just one last thing I wanted to add. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for everything. I think this was a kind of long session, but it was also important to let you see what we are expecting from you going into the hub. So it's almost 2:15. We still have our 1 hour lunch time. So we'll come back here at 3:15. When we come here at 3:15, we will only need you for 1 hour, okay? Why? For the afternoon session. The afternoon session, we don't need everyone. We need fellows. We need mentors. And we need hub coordinators. But so anyone else, if I haven't called you, you can, go to the market, do whatever you want to do. But so when we come back at 3:15, I will explain more what we are expecting from this session. It won't be a training session. So it will be, a discussion between fellows and their mentors. Okay, it will be group discussions, and we'll tell you how it will be organized. So one last thing before you leave, or two last things. The first thing, the lunch. The lunch, since it's a Friday, it's sunny. I mean, it's not that sunny, but it's nice outside. The lunch will be by the pool. Okay. So the lunch is by the pool. That's where we go for lunch, everyone. And then second thing, don't forget to leave your headset. Thank you, and see you in 1 hour.
Hello, before we go for lunch, let us get some space so that we can have the cuckoo dance. Let us not be upstanding. You will do it tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let's enjoy.
puluyawan anu yula misal kadal di kuigo dil de lo luwe sude ye digaloy mal wono la digal bayigur wono la digal bayigur may sabige pumba fal borom faragati tanjam diem daba mam tanjayo digal bal jambari xelkom jambari xelkom digaloy bal jambari l'islam nena le doy nena le baul sabige kumpa fano digal fal jambari l'islam jambari xelkom nena le doy nena le baul jambari bal jamban digal bayi gor fal may ka bigel babal jambaro digal may ka bigel babal jambaro digal may ka bigel babal jarama khali bayi gor fal malay wo fal may ka bigel babal nena le doy nena le baul Gundi gudali gum ala gis rek ni waaw gis dama wara deer dégg wara xot jàngal li ci biir bu lépp lu ñëw rek go boy leesoy dina lees waxul jaarama digal bàyyi góor jarama yoy jabar bi fal jabaroy ni la goti melbal jabaroy ni la goti melbal gotu done bayam tuma wajabal may sabi get ku babal yay se tu ibrabol may sabi get ku babal sama ibrabal afeyan Muhammadu Bamba jabaroy ni galbal nenale soy nenale kabari nisam jabaroy ndigal bal mayda ndigal bal mayda bige kubabal borom parati jajam dem daba mam say njaay sama ma feñal bamba sama ma feñal bamba sama ma feñal bamba siya bayi gor may sa bige kubabal sama ma feñal bamba siya bayi gor ma degerte babal sama ma feñal bamba may sa bige kubabal ne jamari xel ko nena leen faal nena leen wawul bul dégg dal di gëm wala na gis ni waaw gis dama war a déer dégg war a xot jàngal la ca biir du lépp lu ñëw rek gëw koy leesoy dina lee ey baal yaramoy sim di gal bàyyi góor yaramoy sim di gal bàyyi góor sim di gal jooyatuma si baal may sa biget tu bafal jambar il islam jambar sabige kumbabal. Leplinyo uti ziri braval le pagi chindi galbal. Leplinyo uti ziri braval le pagi chindi galbal. Leplinyo uti pai gor mai sabige kumbabal le pagi chindi galbal. Nena le doy. 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 Nena le swahul. Nena le doy. Nena le swahul. Nena le doy. Nena le swahul. Nena le doy. Nena le Sabige ku ba fal borom farxati ke jande daba mam say jaay Dule bulu ñewal anu yu la misal ka dal di koy gëm dil de lo lu weesu de digaloy mal wono la digal bayi góor wono la digal bayi góor may sabige kumba fal borom faraxati canjam diem daba mam tay njayoy digal fal jambari xel kom jambari xel kom digaloy fal jambari l'islam nena le doy nena le bawul sabige kumba falo digal fal jambari l'islam jambari kelbo nena le doy nena le swagul jambari bal jambar digal bayi gor fal may sabige babal jambaro digal may sabige babal jambaro digal may sabige babal jarama khali babayi ko ba malay wo fal may sabige babal nena le doy nena le bawul bul dégg daal di gëm la gis rek di waaw gis dama war a leer dégg war a xóot jàngal li ca biir bulu ñëw dégg ko booy leetooy ni na leet waxul jaarama digal bayi góor jarama yooy jabar bi fal jabaroy ni la ko di mel baal jabaroy ni la ko di mel baal góor bu doone baayam tuma wàcc na baal may sabige babal yay setu ibra bool may sabige babal sama ibra baala feeñal Mahamadu Bamba jabaroy ndigal baal nena le soy nena le jabari l'islam jabaroy ndigal baal mayda ndigal bal may da bige kuma bal borom parati janjam dem da ba mam say njaay sama ma feeñal Bamba sama ma feeñal Bamba sama ma feeñal Bamba si bayi góor may sa bige kuma bal Sama fenyal bamba sia bayi gor ma deger de babal. Sama fenyal bamba mai sabige kumbabal. Ne jamari helko. Nena le bal. Nena le baul. Uldigu daldigu. Wala na gis ni wow. Gis na ba wara der. Dégg dégg war a xot jàngal la ca biir du lépp lu ñëw rek kaw koy leesooy dina lee ey baal yaramooy seen ndigal bàyyi góor yaramooy seen ndigal bàyyi góor seen ndigal jooyatuma si baal mooy sa biir ku bafal jambar jambar Islam jambar Islam góor bu doonee maamam may sa biir ku bafal lépp lu ñuy ut ci Sëriñ Ibra Faal lépp a ngi ci ndigal Faal lépp lu ñuy ut ci Sëriñ Ibra Faal lépp a ngi ci ndigal Faal lépp lu ñuy ut ci Baay Góor may sa biir ku bafal lépp a ngi ci ndigal Faal nee na leen ooy nee na leen waxul 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 nee na leen ooy nee na leen ko bige ko fal borom faraxati ke jande daba mam say njaay
Nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique, même si le ciel tombait, luttons pour la paix. Kon jàmmu Afrika moom lay ñaan, man de jàmmu Afrika mooy suñu naataange. Romine kabiti preo manilo madrinyan. Ak loko manda am ak loko mantimen pun pate Afrika. Ici ou ailleurs, la paix vit du bonheur. Mais si le ciel pleurait, du tombeau d'enfer. Kon jàmmu Afrika, moom lay ñaan. Man de jàmmu Afrika mooy suñu naataange. Africa, Konon bibe Afrika umade bigode lady man. Gachem hasidagal. Yo Allah so ini musibati. Yo Allah adu jam to Rwanda. Yo Allah adu jam to Burundi. Yo Allah adu jam to Casamance. That would be Jonah.
Hidiga Diri Demato Hidiga Diri Dematoro
Welcome back. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Thank you. Who's controlling the music? Thank you. So quickly, there has been a slight change to the program. I don't know if you like it or not, we'll see. But the idea is to cancel the session of this afternoon and leave as of now, go back home, rest, go back to your hotel, do the group work, okay? It's Friday. I think we have done so much during this week that we'll let everyone rest, okay? The session with the mentors, we'll find some time next week, okay? We'll find 1 hour next week to do the session with the mentors. But as of now, I think you can take the afternoon off, do your thing. If you need to work in group, you work in group. If not, do your thing, just be safe out there. 1 or 2 announcements before we leave. The first one is about tomorrow. So as you know, tomorrow there is a field trip, and I would like to call Sheila to give you more details about that.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so tomorrow we have a long, exciting day ahead of us. We'll leave here at 8:30 a.m. and come back at 5:30 p.m. So it's an entire day in Wida. So we'll also have lunch in Wida. So please carry some money for your lunch. Yeah, and that's it. We'll share the itinerary of the places we'll go visit tomorrow, so you'll know in advance where we'll be going. So yeah, 8:30 tomorrow. Bye. Huh? Clothes.
Kind of clothing.
No dress code, just be comfortable. So lots of walking. We're going to visit the slave museum. So we anticipate to do a lot of walking, a bit of walking, so just be comfortable. But there's no defined dress code, just be comfortable. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I will see you tomorrow at 8:30. For the group of the mentor, David Mwambari, since he's not in here, we asked him to connect online. So he's online already. So when we stop the session, you can stay here and connect and at least have a first discussion with him. Okay, the group of the mentor, the Prof. David Monberry. Okay, so thank you very much. Have a nice end of the day, and I will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30 for those who are going to the field trip. For everyone else, see you on Monday. Thank you. Sorry.